o'clock. We're in Kingston, Jamaica. Where are you? Selburn Cox, did you go to church today? What a fantastic Sunday. It's overcast in Kingston. And the rain is falling in some parts of Jamaica. Sasha Lewis, good afternoon. Las Vegas, Nevada. Good afternoon to you. Please stop and share and repost the live, okay? There is a little arrow in your screen. Just repost it for me. Let's try and reach as many Jamaicans as we can. It's very important that we're reaching a lot of Jamaicans. No requirement needed. Murdy Mac. Some people are half the world away, but they're tuned into Politics Plus here on a Sunday. Or we take you up until about 6 o'clock today. We hope we can do that. I can't fall asleep. Click the white arrow at the bottom corner of the screen and repost, okay?
My thoughts drift off to you. I wonder what you're doing at this moment. 'Cause you deny the rain is falling down. Will you think of me when it gets around to you? Half a world away. I wanna be half a world away. I wanna be half a world away. I wanna be half a world away with you. I wish I had wings that I could fly across all those long and lonely miles. But here I am tonight, half a world away. In your loving eyes, I see my heart's reflection. You speak to me alone in a language of our own.
So as you join us on this Sunday afternoon, the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, what a lot of information. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security has dismissed as false claims circulating on social media that persons are required to present identification or taxpayer registration numbers, TRNs, to collect hurricane relief packages. In a statement Sunday, the ministry said there appears to be an attempt to conflate two separate activities, clarifying that no documentation is required to access food or hygiene packages being distributed to affected households. But they are saying that you need documentation if you need to do a damage assessment to verify ownership. So it's not true that you have to present an ID to get food. All right, so top. Thank you for joining us today. I trust you're having a fantastic Sunday and that you'll stay with us for as long as we can talk to you this evening. Hope you're having a great Sunday afternoon. USA, how are you doing, sir? Where are you? Haven't heard from you for quite a while. Trust that you are doing okay and that you'll be back soon. Now, we've just come through a devastating hurricane. And people are coming together to lend a hand. But why do we feel the need to capture every good deed on social media? Why is that necessary? Why is it necessary that every good that you do must be broadcast to the world? Why do the world needs to know that you gave a tin of sardine, two tin of corned beef, and you capture yourself at the cashier cashing it out, and capture yourself giving it out there? You're sending a barrel from abroad, and everybody needs to know that you send a barrel. Wow. A case of tissue and some canned goods. Everybody needs to know that you do it. Now, if you're going to give me something, if you are going to give me something and you need to broadcast it to the world, keep it. I don't need it. You know how many people have help in life? Send a school. I take off my shoes and give it away, and my shirt. So I'm a giver. But you're buying a barrel and you're sending a barrel to Jamaica. Why the world need to know that? You jump in your car and you buy up little something and you carry go down there, so go give away. And you have to capture it on social media. It seems as if we have reached a point where doing good isn't enough. We need to broadcast it to the world. Every good deed that we do must be publicized. But does it really help the people we're trying to assist? Or does it belittle them? Making them feel like they're on display. Suffering people don't need to be on social media receiving a bottle of water, man. So you can buy a couple cases of water. Thank God. Why is the camera need to follow you? You're drawing attention to yourself? The Bible says that when you give to the needy, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. so that your giving may be in secret. In other words, giving to the needy must be done in secret. And your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you. Point. If you do it without secret, you have no reward. You are only drawing attention to yourself, hubristic, and quite frankly, may as well you never do it. Stop posting the people on social media, man. You can do something for them, do it. Stop posting the people. Stop taking people's plight and look popularity on people. You are exploiting the vulnerable people, them. Stop it. Take what you have to a center and leave it there. Nobody needs to know you did it. You give $2 1,000 here, 1,000 there, 1 million here, 1 million there. And you have to take big picture with it. Hubristic. We're not just talking about giving. We're talking about respect. And when you respect people, you see? Have you ever seen mothers breastfeeding in public? You know why they don't? Have you ever seen mothers changing their baby nappies? No nappy, pampers in public? You know why they don't? We don't respect the people, you know. We don't respect the people, because if we respect them, we wouldn't be putting them up on social media, collecting a case of water or a box of food. You cook little food, man. You cook little food, little rice and peas and little chicken, and you put it in a one box, and you carry it down a Westmoreland for give out. Why your camera need to capture that? Give out the food and let the people eat and have respect for them. Respect for people who are struggling, not because they are struggling, means that they need to be displayed on your page. Take down the people them off of your page and show them some respect. Because their dignity, the dignity of the people is not being respected. And respect is the first act of kindness. Respect is kindness itself. I'm not saying we shouldn't acknowledge those who give. But let's do it in a way that doesn't make the recipient feel like they are a prop for your own self-aggrandizement. People are not props. And when you want viewers and you want likes, you put up the suffering people collecting a box of food from you. Who do you think you be? If God has blessed you that you can cook a little food, give thanks. Don't take it throwing at people's face. There's a principle of doing things secretly, where the act of kindness is a reward in itself. A show on or show off. Some of you. Because you can buy 2 little case of tissue and 2 can of sardine and 2 can of corned beef and 1 bag of flour and little rice. What is that? The act of kindness is a reward in itself. And if you're going to help your neighbor and your community, the world don't need to know about it. You know, there's a story about a sister who gave another sister some clothing. And the sister who got the clothes went to church in the suit. And when they went to the altar, the pastor told them to kneel down. And the sister who was wearing the frock did not kneel. And the sister who gave her the frock said, kneel down, man, because I may give it to you. Some people are not giving genuinely, you know. They're giving for their own self-aggrandizement. They're using the people as props. So as we continue to recover from Hurricane Melissa, let's focus on the true spirit of giving and kindness. And let's do so without expecting anything in return. When you give, you see, for recognition, you're not getting nothing. And let me tell you, I can talk patois. My dear lady behind the glass, can I give them it in a patois? If you give, even if you give $100 million, and you give it for your own self-recognition, you're not getting nothing. It is the people who give genuinely, sometimes out of nothing, that gives the most. It's not the measure of the gift. It is the thought. And every time you do something for someone, preserve their dignity. You are to preserve people's dignity. They may be poor, but they haven't lost their dignity. Because one of the lessons that we can learn from this Melissa, you know, is the value of things versus life. Life is more valuable than things because you can lose your things. Preserve the dignity of the people. I beg you. Stop posting them all over social media on your page because you can't cook little rice and chicken go get them. And one case of water and some Pampers. 2 cans of corned beef. The world don't need to know it. Okay? Now let's go to the generator.
How can they ship hundreds of generators to Jamaica for the people that will suffer? Yes, they mean, God decide for loan the people them 50 out of Hey, can you explain that to me, please? I'm gonna get it. What you have to as why only 50 people are gonna get and the rest of people them not get it. Where rest they? Where Andrew do? You give people them in a politics or you give a family? Because politics is basically the poor, you know say would look good. And this one vote for anyways, and this one vote for. So only people complain. Andrew not like people come on TikTok and talk about him still so. don't know it go, especially if you go viral a few times that expose them corruption. But anyways, Andrew put out threat basically I say we not the freedom of speech. So I go start hide out from now. You can't catch me in the bushes. How can they ship hundreds of generators to Jamaica for the people them who suffer? You see me, and bro God decide for loan the people them 50 out of it. Will you explain that to me, please?
I'm going to explain it to you. I'm going to explain it to you. My heart breaks for my Jamaican brothers and sisters. My heart aches from my Jamaican brothers and sisters. You know, I thought that we had come some way with literacy. But what is emerging from all of this is that we will have to reset Jamaica because Jamaica not ready yet. And you know, Prime Minister, as you think about economic development and economic growth, I want you to consider that you have a nation that is vastly undereducated. Let me back up something and I'll come right back to you. Just give me a second. Let me back up something here. Okay, let's see if we can take that. Can we take that? Take that? Okay, take that. All right, come here.
Said you're so beautiful.
Don't do that. All right, let's come over here. Give us the other one. The next one, please. This one? Okay, yeah. Now go to the clip. Before I return to the generators and answer that TikToker, let's see if we can.
Want somebody who have sense explain it, let me understand. As why only 50? The people are gonna get and the rest of people them not get it. Where rest they? Where Andrew do? You give people them in a politics or you give a family? Cause politics is basically a family business to what take place. Do you know why I'm saying Melissa after election in because if they come before, you know say it would look good. And this don't vote for anyways. And this don't vote for. So I don't even complain. Andrew no like people come on TikTok and talk about him still. So I don't know it go, especially if you go viral a few times that expose them corruption. But anyways, Andrew put out threat basically I say we not the freedom of speech. So I go start hide out from now. You can't catch me in the bushes. How can they ship hundreds of generators to Jamaica for the people them who suffer? You see me, and bro God decide for loan the people them 50 out of it.
So, bear with me. I'm repeating something that I did yesterday. The greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance, you know. It is the illusion of knowledge. The illusion of knowledge. The lack of knowledge in Jamaica is worse than, it is doing more damage than the hurricane has done itself. This is a country that needs a reset. There are just too many of our Jamaican brothers and sisters that have lost their bearings and they need to go back to school. They are a threat. We're not going to grow us. I can't tell you. We can say goodbye to economic development. This is not a country that is ready for economic development, growth and development. It is a Dana Morris Dixon, Rhoda Moy Crawford, Marlon Morgan. The system of education in Jamaica is failing our people, or it is, and you know, I'm going to stop paying education tax. I'm not paying no more. I'm not paying for this. I'm not paying no more education tax into the consult fund for this. The greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance. It's an illusion of knowledge. And I can tell you, brothers and sisters, that the force of nature, Melissa, has left and has opened up, made clear to me that this country needs to take a serious look at how it is educating its people. Because there's a virus spreading in Jamaica that is worse than Melissa, worse than Corona, fueled by fear, anxiety, is the misinformation. All today I'm hearing people need IDs to collect. You know, the art of conversation is the art of hearing as well as being heard. But listening is lost in Jamaica. It's a lost art. Nobody's listening. They only want to chat. And there's a reason why you got 2 ears, 1 two and 1 mouth. Not chat too much. The Bible warns that he that keepeth his mouth, keepeth his life. Not chat too much. Listen. Conversation. Is also to be heard. But we have lost the art of listening. And the loudest voices are dominating the discourse. peddling falsehood and half-trites, cheap commodity. And as I told you yesterday, things that are of value, you don't need to shout it out, you know. When you have something that is expensive, you don't go shouting it, okay? You know? But bear with it. Illiteracy is a long-standing scourge on this society. And sadly, Melissa wasn't able to blow it away. But Melissa has been able to unveil the magnitude of the problem. Because it's not a lack of listening. It's not a lack of reading skills. But it's a failure to think. We have lost our ability to think. Because you don't need to do philosophy to come to certain conclusions, to understand hypotheses, and how certain arguments just don't make any sense. We cannot critically evaluate information. The Jamaicans lack the ability to do it. And in our eagerness to make sense of what is around us, our reality, we become vulnerable to the siren of misinformation, and the critical faculties are dulled by a diet of unverified claims and hearsay. Good God, man. You know, I don't know if you're a teacher, but I have had this theory that you should never go into the classroom until you're about 40, 45, maybe 50. Because what can you teach at 35? You cannot be a good teacher, you know, at 25. What can you teach? You're 25 years old. What do you know at 25 to teach? If I had any power over that, I wouldn't put you in the classroom at 25. A young girl at 25, what can she teach students? At 25, you want to learn yourself. You're just beginning to understand life. People who are still learning to read are easily deceived, you know. Good evening, Joshua. You shouldn't go into the classroom at 25. How you going to be a 25-year-old and say you have students teaching them? What can you teach them? The darkness of ignorance. You're simple following the syllables, man. The darkness of ignorance is upon us. The darkness of ignorance is upon this country. And no category 5 hurricane now go blow it away. We have to get back our people into school and develop them to think through problems so that they can respond to the challenges around them. Because part of what education does is to remove ignorance. It's not about subjects. It's not about passing 5 subjects. It's are you able to solve problems? Can you analyze data, information? Can you do that? And so here we come to the generators. here we come to the generators. My moderator is saying that you're not reposting the live. Now, all of you online here need to repost the live. All right? And please remember, don't say the hurricane caused damages. I'll get back to that. The hurricane damaged the home. Please repost the live. The Prime Minister suggested a loan of generators to small business owners and residents. I think is a very practical and forward-thinking approach. Given the high cost of running generators, it is clear that operating a generator as a small business owner is not sustainable. It is cheaper to be connected to the power grid than to operate a generator. So by loaning the generators, the government is helping small business owners to get back on their feet without placing an undue burden on them to acquire one. Generators are not cheap, especially now. That's the first point you need to understand. You have a small business, you don't have no light, a generator can help you. I was in Mandeville yesterday and I stopped at a bar. And to my surprise, I heard music and I saw gathering. And when I checked with the bar owner, she was using a generator. And she told me that she have to run it for maybe 3 hours to just cool up our drinks. And then she have to turn it up because of the gas. It's expensive to run. But there she was making, employing people, selling her drinks. She's back at work. It is likely that the Prime Minister's intention is to have the generators returned and stored for future use, because when the light come back, you're not going to be using the generator. Why? Because the generator is more expensive to run the business than the grid. So if you get the generator today and light come back tomorrow, you are going to turn off the generator. What are you going to do with the generator after that? Bearing in mind that there may be other business owners where for them light not come back yet that may need the generator for use. You understand? Or you're going to put it down run a one back room, or you're going to sell it. Because I can tell you this. If the Prime Minister give them the generator and don't take it back, them are going to sell it. Well, the majority of them are going to sell it. As soon as them broke, they sell it, put stock in their shop. Rather than having the generator sit idle in someone's backyard with the risk of it being damaged, the approach of the government makes sense. It allows the government to maintain an inventory of generators that can be deployed quickly in response to future disaster. All the government is doing is putting the generator up for you. That's all they're doing. They're putting it up for you. They're putting it up for you so that if another hurricane comes, you will have it again. Now you tell me if that no make perfect sense, rather than give out generators. And when we have another hurricane again, we can't find the generators. The backlash, therefore, against the Prime Minister's suggestion seems to be based on maybe a misunderstanding of the term loaning. Some people may think that loaning means they have to pay for it. No. Loaning means you use it for free till the light come back. You give it back to the government, and when we have another hurricane, you get it back. In this context, it is clear that the intention is not to rent the generator, but rather to provide for business people a temporary assistance until them get back electricity. This decision by the government highlights the commitment of the government to supporting small businesses and providing them power till JPS put on back them light. By providing access to generators, they are helping to mitigate the economic impact of the hurricane and ensure that people can continue to earn a living and provide for their families. In the long run, storing the generators for future use will also help to reduce waste and ensure that these valuable piece of resources are used efficiently. It's a win-win situation for everyone. The store owners win, the customers win, the government wins. It's very commendable to see the government taking such a proactive approach to disaster response and recovery. I cannot see, therefore, why this brilliant move by the government has come under criticism. You need a generator to start up your small business? There is one available for you on loan. They belong to the people of, and you know, the people who are talking about government get generator, figure out to people. Rubbish. Government is not an institution in and of itself. The government is accountable to the people of Jamaica. A FUI generator, and of a government, the generators belong to us. We are the owners of those generators. Mr. Holness has been given the authority to manage them for us on our behalf. And I say, and the other Jamaicans say, take back the generator them. When them don't use it, when the light come back, take them back. And go put them up. Put them in a storeroom, in an inventory, get them serviced and put them back. And that we say. A few generator them, then come to we. You know, so that when we have other emergencies. By the way, from time to time, wouldn't it be such a fantastic thing? You know, from time to time, current goes away. Wouldn't it be fantastic if you could call a government department and say, can I borrow a generator for a week until my light returns? Wouldn't that be fantastic that the government starts a generator loan program? Start a generator loan program. So when you, if anything should happen in any communities, whatever happens, you know that the government have generators that you can access, because generators would require capital for small businesses, a significant amount of capital too, right? Wouldn't that be fantastic? So the criticisms and concerns surrounding the Prime Minister's approach to loaning generators can be attributed to a combination of factors, including a lack of understanding about the logistics, cost involved, as well as a deeper cultural issue. I'll point out the cultural issue to you when I return. I have to ask you at this time to repost the live for us, please. I'll point out the cultural issue when I come back. Three minutes to 5 o'clock. We take your call right after. I have one more thing to deal with, the NIR. Caroline? Hello? Yes, I was asking you if I could go after this to the NIR, or you want me to go to the calls?
Go to the NIR.
Thank you. We have practiced in Jamaica a patronage-based politics that is now affecting us. It's clientistic, freeness, adata kilwi, freeness. The government is expected to provide everything for free. So, generator come, give me one. Can't happen. It is an unsustainable model. It's a mindset that is affecting this. It is rooted in a culture of handout, of dependency, where people expect handouts rather than opportunities. Now, here is the government providing opportunities for self-sufficiency, but the people want handout. No, they don't want. They don't see it as an opportunity. Then forget it for free. That's politics. That's the politics we have practiced. It's ingrained in the culture. And unless we deal with that These are just the sour grapes have been sucked, and the people's teeth are on edge. In this case, the Prime Minister's decision to loan generators rather than give them away is a step towards promoting responsible resource management and minimizing waste. I worked with a charity, and I can tell you about waste. Because when people see things come for free, them think they must just yam it off same time. No matter what it is. I've lived that. That is a culture of freeness and wholeness. You have to make it top. Not one man in Jamaica forget one generator for free. He must bring it back in. When him don't use it, carry back. Somebody else can get it. The skepticism about the generators being returned or used responsible is understanding, you know. Because we have a history of mismanagement and corruption. And this is what the government is taking steps to address. Mismanagement and corruption. Because under some administration, they would have sold the generators. It's a pervasive thinking that everything should be free or given away. Because we have historical systems, you know, such as poverty, lack of access to resources, and the whole legacy of colonialism. The vestiges of colonialism still lingers in the society. Enough on that. All right, here's how I'm going to end. Another issue, you see, that is making the rounds is that the government has given only $10 million to constituencies. And there are some people suggesting that the government should use the NIR. That somehow the government needs to draw down some money from the NIR to help with the recovery. There is over $1 billion United States dollar at the central bank, you know. And many people are saying, why can't the government use it? I hear figures of 150 million per constituency. I did a little bit of econ at school, you know. A little bit of it. I'm not a well-versed student in economics. But you know what is inflation? Let me tell you something. If you put $150 million in the hands of MPs in Jamaica, the damn thing collapses. You know, one other thing I have come to appreciate, and I'm very much not a political person. I must tell you the truth. I have no interest in partisan politics. I'm not a supporter of either party. I see myself as someone that analyze things and I speak the truth. It seems like my truth leans more to the Labour Party than it does for the PNP. I didn't make that decision. You have to do that. One thing I've realized, you see, is that the PNP makes bad government. The PNP in their current form would be a disaster. Because you see, governing is very complex. And which is why my admiration for Mr. Holness has grown. Because I see him as someone who has the country's interests at heart. Even in a time of disaster, watch him how he is thoughtful. Watch him how he is taking his time to understand and to plan. Because to Andrew, Jamaica matters. The sustainability of the country matters. I know I'm taking a little time, listeners, but and there may be callers who want to come up, but give me a little time, yeah? It's an ideological difference that I'm studying a little bit more. And I have done enough to make this statement public that I think the PNP is not ready to govern Jamaica, that they would be reckless, because I don't think the PNP have studied governing. They want to be government, but being government no mean that you can govern. You have to be very careful. There are several layers about governing. Even in a crisis, you have to be very careful. And that's why when you look at Jamaica's progress since independence, look at it for yourself. Whenever the JLP is in power, the country does better. Whenever the PNP is in power, the PNP they do well. PNP. There is almost it's almost fixated that Labour Party prime ministers grow. It's about economic development that spreads across the landscape. No. If you put $150 million in the hands of every MP, bread in a Jamaica I go scarce. And it go raise. It is going to be inflationary. As a matter of fact, you can expect that prices in Jamaica are going to, it doesn't matter how the government try to manage it. It's called inflation targeting. There is a lot of money flowing into Jamaica. The diaspora, they have responded tremendously. The government is expected to get a $25 billion catastrophe bond. That's money that is coming to Jamaica. Now, when you have money and you don't have goods to back it, the money is a problem in the economy. You have to manage money supply. That is what you call monetary policies. You have to manage money because money must be backed by goods. Okay, so I make that point. So if the prime minister is even going to give the MPs 50 million, you cannot do it one time. It's too much money. Too much money chasing too few goods is going to affect the prices of goods and services. Scallion moved from $150 to $800 overnight, Why? Demand versus supply. If the demand is high and the supply is low, it affects the price. Yam was $250. It's now $500. Demand. I don't know what the price is at the back road over in Portmore. I don't know what those prices have changed. I should check with Scratchy to find out whether or not back road price gone up. I don't know. I don't know if it gone up over there, but I don't know if the supply is now short. I don't know. I will. I'm sorry for you. You're very heavy. One of my listeners said they're sorry for me. I'm evil. I think you mean evil. Pacha good. All right, great. Okay, you don't like what I'm saying there, Pacha good. Pacha, no problem. Anyway, it raised. Wow, forever saying forever. How much you did? How much you did? Okay. No. Now I'm not buying it. Okay, gone up nearby. Sky high. Okay. Like say, and a few of them over there. Oh boy, I tell you something. Going past you. I'm going past you and find out. Okay. Now, the net international reserve that the PNP people are talking that we should go into is a recipe for disaster. And I'm going to show you why. Don't touch the NIR, Mr. P. Don't touch it. The net international reserve is a very critical component to the financial system. What it is a pool of foreign currencies. And it is in US dollars because the United States is our major trading partner. It is held by the Bank of Jamaica, the central bank. And the NIR is a buffer. It buffs Jamaica. It's like a shock absorber. Now, when you are driving your car, the smoothness of the ride is absorbed by the shock absorber. That's why it's called a shock absorber. If you never have the shock absorber, your bus spring, your bus tire, you bend up all your parts. So when the car drop down at the pothole, the shock absorber holds it steady so that it not flip over and mash up. The NIR is doing the same thing for the economy. It ensures that Jamaica meets its international payment obligations. Listen to this. You see the dollar is called exchange rate stability, it backs the dollar. So if you go into the NIR and start to give to the MPs them to go spend, then what is going to happen is that the dollar is going to move from 160 to all 180. The dollar start to slip. It start to run. Do I have time? Hold on. Repost for me, please. Now, the NIR was built over time through various measures, including fiscal discipline. Now, what is that? What is fiscal discipline? Really, it is to stay within a particular means. Don't overspend, not borrow too much. Manage your resources so that you don't have to spend too much. And then you have monetary policy, and you have growth in the economy in sectors like tourism, remittances. And so the idea of an NIR is to create the cushion that would protect Jamaica from shocks like what we have now. So you will ask me then, if you say it is to protect the country from shocks, why not use it? Well, you have time to listen. Keep listening. The NIR supports the economy in several ways. Firstly, as I said to you before, is that it helps to maintain a stable exchange rate. Because when there is demand for the US dollar, like Christmas has come, merchandisers, business owners, they will need US dollars. And when they can't get it, the NIR is used by the central bank to put it into the market so that these people can get US dollar. It also is one of the things that investors, so if you are an investor looking on Jamaica, you are going to want to make sure that the country has the buffer. Because if the country don't have the buffer and there are economic downturns in the world, natural disasters, etc., then the country cannot respond. So a solid NIR attracts investors. It is investor confidence. So when Don Anderson go out and do a poll and ask about business confidence, one of the things that the businessman is looking at is how much money the government have in the NIR to provide buffers to the economy. Now you might wonder why government can't just simply use the NIR to support the hurricane victim. The thing is that the NIR is not a savings account that can be dipped into at will. No, it's not a savings account. It is a managed fund, and its primary purpose is to maintain macroeconomic stability If you lose that, then your economy is going to fall into problems. Using the NIR, comrades, to fund recovery efforts could destabilize the exchange rate, and it would undermine investor confidence. We are going to need investors in Jamaica in this rebuilding. The government has many other tools that it must approach first. It has more tools at its disposal. Like the government can reallocate resources in the budget. Remember, the government projections may fall short because, you know, tax returns obviously are going to be coming in below projections because 40% of the economy is now not strong. So the government may have to reallocate resources. It can do external financing, like IDB, IMF, borrow money. You know, you get into a problem, you borrow money. It has the catastrophe bond, which is an insurance that it can use initially. But the NIR is a critical resource. It's not a blank check for government spending. It is a managed account, and it has to be managed carefully. Listen to this. To ensure Jamaica's long-term economic health and stability. I want to say to my friends listening to me, uno must rate uno prime minister, because you haven't hit anybody. Rate him. Amanya good. And Jamaica is going to be fine, you know. Jamaica is going to be fine because you have a fine prime minister. Jamaica is going to be fine because you have a fine prime minister. Tapping into the NIR would reduce the country's foreign reserves, potentially leading to exchange rate volatility and possible depreciation of the Jamaican dollar. That is number one. If you want to see the dollar run, spend off the NIR. Two, depleting the NIR is going to erode investor confidence in Jamaica's economic management, potentially leading to capital flight and reduce foreign investment. If the NIR is depleted, people will pack up their business and leave the country. Investor flight. Thirdly, if you deplete the NIR, you are not going to get loans at small interest rates or low interest rates. The risk is going to be higher. So your credit ratings will be downgraded. Jamaica will not have, you see, Moody's and Fitch and all of these places that do credit ratings. They do that based on several factors in the economy, including the buffer you have. If Jamaica goes into the NIR and starts spending it off, the credit ratings could be downgraded, making it more expensive for the government to borrow money in the future. See the risk? Also, you are going to have a reduction in economic resilience. The NIR serves as a buffer against external shocks. Using it up would leave Jamaica, can I use this word? Backside, out a door. It leaves the country vulnerable, exposed to shocks. is like driving your car without insurance. If you ever have an accident, you're on your own. And I told you this before, that injecting money into the economy is going to lead to inflation. Even as we manage this crisis, we have to be careful how much money we are pumping into the economy, because it is already almost near full capacity. A man tell me yesterday, there is no zinc in the hardware, no board, no nail, building material, plyboard, 1x3, 2x6, 2x4, cement. Yeah? Inflation. So the government, because of Nigel Clark and Andrew Holness, and now Favour Williams, they have alternative options to fund the recovery efforts. And I want every Jamaican listening to me to hear this. And this is how you know when government good or bad. This is a good government. This is a good government. Because as I have been pointing out to you, you know, the airplanes you see coming to the airport are not just a goodwill gesture from other countries. It's a vote of confidence in the government of Jamaica. First of all, the government has the catastrophe bond. It can use that $25 billion without touching the NIR. Secondly, the government can seek loans. And why is it that the government is going to get the loans? And they are going to get the loans at very favorable interest rates. One, because they have the NIR. Two, the debt to GDP. You see all these people up on social media running up their mouth, chatting. What I tell you, ignorance, the illusion of ignorance. The illusion of ignorance. Then chat too much. Then chat too much. And they're only being heard because they're loud. The song and the singing of them. And you know, somehow the labor rights are quiet, you know. The labor rights, you need to educate yourself about Jamaica and stop and talk up. You need to educate yourself about what is happening in your country and speak up. Don't allow misinformation to mash up the good work of your government. You have a good government, a government that has prepared for this crisis without you knowing that it was preparing for it. This is the best government that Jamaica has ever had. Not even close, none no come. I tell you the truth. Not even close. This government here is so good. Mind you, there are some areas of development that will have to be looked at, like education. But in terms of position in Jamaica, oh, we give them an A. We give them an A. So it has contingency fund, and then it can seek loans. And you know why Jamaica is going to get loans? Because the debt to GDP was projected to be 60% this year. Do you know what that means? Still high. But there was a time when the government came into power that it was over 140%. Do you know what that means? That if the government is to fix one pothole in a Jamaica, you have to borrow money. They would have to borrow money if you fix one pothole and buy one Panadol in the hospital. The government would have had to borrow the money. And such has been the economic management of this country that the government paid down the debt and build up the NIR. Wow. Give the man in props, man. Give the man in props. The World Bank, the IMF have already said, you know who is the deputy managing director of the IMF? Nigel Clark. And Nigel Clark said Jamaica can get money to borrow. And I know the government has not even indicated that it wants to borrow any money. Tell me if we don't have good leaders in Jamaica. So it is very crucial to weigh the benefits of using the NIR against the potential risk and consider the alternative funding sources to maintain economic stability. All right. Let's see if we can pick up a few of the callers. Caroline, I don't know which of the issues they want to raise with us, whether they want to raise the matter of the generators or the NIR or what else did we talk about earlier? Before I go though. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I must tell you that when you're in an interesting class, you don't want it to end. And I think you end it too early. Believe me. Yeah, man, you end it too early because what you are doing is educating and re-educating people on how government runs and how what is expected of the people of the country that makes up the government. And I told you already that I need someone who has the authority to get you on a radio station.
Well, you know, sir, I am all right where I am.
No, but I'm just saying it because it is a fact. A lot of the journalists out there that are doing talk show doesn't have the depth. And that
What?
is why
They don't have
the depth of information in order to, in a way, to articulate it so that it makes sense in a wholesome way. So that is my take, and I wouldn't mind continue listening to you, you know, guiding the people. But you have identified something that I have said, and I continually say, I think it's last year I said to you, that yes, neighbor, people can read and write. We have a high level of that. But the reasoning ability and the way to think for themselves,
yes, poor.
we don't have it.
No.
We don't have it.
Yeah,
It's a
and you know,
small
and
number.
what is even sadder, sir, is that it is being exploited by those who should know better.
Yes, but God, you're right. I don't want to say anything to that. Just like the issues that you brought up, because you speak of on how governance work and what is expected. I really don't want to go back to talk about the generator because because it's like you throw a wet, damp towel over a fire and you just out it. We can't do nothing more. Me just there list, sir.
Well, seriously though. But
Yes.
I think one of the things that we have uncovered is
Yes.
that in this environment, sir, I am understanding that the Jamaican people are untaught. They don't understand. They're untaught.
you say something, neighbor, that you get 2 ears and you must listen. Don't just hear. You have to listen.
Yeah.
And if you listen, continuously listening, not hearing, listening, and ask God for wisdom, then it will come.
Yes.
But if it, as you said, if it's just a talk back, then you will never hear to listen.
Yeah, we have to listen, sir. We're not listening. We're not listening, sir. We're talking.
Exactly. So then when people come, loudmouth come, and cow down, you remember when you go to school, the brother them will sit down at the back, not that, you're not going to say some of them not bright. But you see the one who sit down right at the front of the class all the time, they might like the 90s and 80s, and the back one, them cow him down. Yo, sit down, man, and stop the noise. They don't even listen. And that's what we have right now. The back of the class, I tell you what to do. But I'll remind you of the articulate minority. We haven't lost yet since 2016. And we have realized some things that we have to fine tune in order to get what we need Jamaica to be for all, not for some, but for all, forward. And you have it all, neighbor. You need to teach the people them every day. Just teach the people them. Teach us, I should say, so that we all can learn and understand. Because you see, even when you touch this GDP argument, I wonder if people understand. And the Prime Minister go back and tell them, neighbor, say, look here now. You see the eastern part of the island when I touch. Guess what I want you to do? I want you to double up. No, neighbor. You see, from Clarendon back up to St. Thomas, remember that the government has started the irrigation system in those areas. I'm just thinking as you're talking, So we're not supposed to have no problem to get papcho, lettuce, carrot in the next 8 weeks,
6 to 8 weeks, that's right. Absolutely. Absolutely, sir.
We're not supposed to, because even Andrew,
sir, here is why it is so important. Here is the government with $1 billion in the NIR, and the narrative is take it up and spend it. But do people understand Olympic? What does that mean? Do they understand the structure of government, how government works? And I don't think they do. And so the people will feel like, well, that makes sense, because if you have savings in your account and you have a disaster, spend it. but something like inflation, people understand how inflationary money in an economy is going to be. Right now, sir, you know the amount of money pouring into Jamaica?
Exactly.
You know the amount of money that is on the island? You know what the effect that is going to have on prices here? Because when you call your people abroad and everybody's sending $200 and $300 and $400 to you, that's money you have to go into consumption. A lot of it is in consumption. Sir, I heard from some, there's no board on the board.
Nail, no. Get it at nail. There's no nail in Westmoreland. No nail is there. Put it at that.
You see what I'm saying to you, sir? So even if you're going to put money in the economy, you have to manage it. You have to manage money supply. You can't put it in all at once. You have to, measure.
Neighbor, let me tell you what the problem is. A lot of us has not getting to understand, like this credit score argument.
Yeah.
Who has not been exposed to it? They don't know what it means, and they don't know how it affects your country the same way, if you follow me. Your credit score is determined by how you borrow and how you lend, by how you borrow and the amount of assets you have, or how much money you have in your whether your savings or your checking account, and check on your liabilities, right? It's a minute part of governance, but it's the individual governance of how you take care of your household. So when you step out there to buy a new car, the family want a new car, so because guess what? somebody had an accident or the car just right off or catch a fire. And you go out there now to trust a new car. And they pull up your credit score, right? And they see that you're 8 or 900. You have 50 people want to lend you. But if you have 5 or 600 credit score, then maybe only 2 at a very high interest rate. And that is what you're explaining to us in my layman term. You get where I'm coming from, neighbor?
Correct.
That is it.
Correct, sir.
So that is
And
it.
right
That is
now, the government, because of the buffer it has. Because remember, the lender wants to be sure that they will be repaid. That's it. And if you have money in the NIR and the loan becomes due, you have to use it to pay the debt.
good.
Governments
You have
do
the
that.
cushion.
You have the cushion. So the man who will lend you the money is going to look at your cushion, your buffer, your economic stability to determine, are you a high risk customer or you are a low risk? And Jamaica is not high risk because its debt to GDP is low, which means that it has the capacity to pay it back. It's no different from when you go to the bank and it asks you to bring your pay stub, sir.
Exactly.
What the bank is doing is evaluating your ability to pay them back. Do you have savings? Do you have assets? Because if you can't pay back, they're going to sell your house or to come take things out and sell it. So you have to show them that you are in a position to pay them back. And Jamaica today can show lenders that we can pay back our loans. That, sir, is a testament to good government, because there was a time when nobody no one lend with no money.
Exactly. We have to borrow it from the 600 people at high interest.
We had to be borrowing it from ourselves here, right? Government issue paper, government paper, right? Anyway, great talking to you. You hear, sir?
Yes, sir. Always. Always. I'll be here listening.
All right. Give up my life, you see. Good afternoon, Scratchy. How you doing?
Good afternoon, neighbor, and viewers and everyone on the platform. Harry, Olympic, and Caroline.
What's on your mind?
I'm here just here listening, neighbor. I just listening, really on point today. I like how you spent the extra time. A long time ago, here I note this extended,
Really? Like give me more time, sir.
Long time when I get one of those extended version of the notes, but definitely, neighbor, I agree with most, if not all, of what you have to say, neighbor. Topic.
Let's start with the generators, Scratchy. To run a generator in Jamaica is an expensive thing. You're talking about
definitely
$4,000 or $5,000 a day for petrol. You times that by 30, Scratchy, is $150,000 to $200,000. So it is cheaper to get energy from the JPS than to run a generator. Am I correct?
Definitely.
Thank you. Now, if the government gets generators, it not get generator to just give out. It get generator to manage, no so.
And next point to add to neighbor, these generators didn't just miraculously come to our ports, neighbor. Our whoever donated them didn't just know out of the blues that we need generators, neighbor.
Yeah, no, who the generator them come for? Who them come for?
Generators came here towards the government of Jamaica, neighbor, to deploy in their support and help towards the relief of Hurricane Melissa.
How the government choose to use it?
How the government chose to use them, neighbor.
Yes. Now, if the government says, all right, now you have a little small business and you don't have no power, so we are going to loan you a generator, you get your little business up, start earn back your income so that you can be self-sustaining. How could that be something that you criticize?
These are just how some of these persons, neighbor, they're just stupid, neighbor. And again, neighbor, to go to the point of generators, neighbor, these generators, neighbor, were purposely asked for by the government, neighbor. No one who is complaining right now didn't go meet with any delegate from any of these countries who offer these generators. These generators were purposely asked for by the government. They made a request to whoever donated these generators that yes, this is what we need at this time, generators. Hence the reason why we got those generators. So persons have to understand here, but the generators are not owned by anyone personally. They were a gift to the government of Jamaica, which will be run through ADPEM, the emergency management team. And the government decide how they want to distribute them nearby, whichever way, shape, or form or style they want to use. And I don't think that these generators should be given to anyone, not even a single one should be given to anyone, because at some point in time, we'll go back to the grid, have back electricity. So now neighbor say next year, no, God forbid, we get any form of adverse weather condition or anything like that. Say you go to the eastern end of the island now. You go to St. Thomas, Portland, one of those side of the island. You mean to tell me that the government will come again and go beg those same persons 400 more generator again? We have to be smart, neighbor. We have to know what we do.
So you see that, Scratchy, wouldn't it be fantastic if the government have a stock of generators where business owners can from time to time borrow them, depending on what is happening in their area? Let's say JPS cut up, whatever happened. But you don't think it is a smart thing, Scotty, for us to have generators for future disasters?
Definitely, neighbor, and not just so even future disasters in the neighbor. These generators can also help in our everyday life, because if you notice, neighbor, a lot of these areas, even before hurricane, a lot of these areas where you hear they cry and they say that they don't have no water, it's because malfunctioning pumps in the neighbor. And sometimes a generator can pump these pumps to make these places get water. So persons have to understand, neighbor, it is a wonderful feat to know that the government can have an inventory of generators, neighbor, to go across there and do whatever issue that may arise at a specific time. Definitely, but not for the citizens, say personally, but for the use of citizens in whatever situation we are going through at a particular time.
Fantastic. And therefore, Scratchy, why is it that you and I can think this to be good, and others are saying, Prime Minister, get generator and for gateway to the people and animal gateway to in friend? Is it that we have had a culture of freeness in Jamaica, Scratchy? Is that the problem?
I'm definitely about a culture of freeness and a culture of corruption, neighbor, a culture of mismanagement and a culture of misuse. And it has strike us, neighbor, for such an extended period of time, neighbor, that it has basically become like the norm. So when time we see a government now come in and try to deviate from those things that are not worthy for progress and prosperity, neighbor, we tend to look at that, persons tend to look at that government as a barrier, neighbor, because they tend to believe that that government is now disrupting their happy place. When in reality, neighbor, it wasn't any form of happy place. You were just being misguided and misled by persons from previous administration and time like that, neighbor. Jamaica is in a serious situation, neighbor, where we believe that everything must be freed, everything must be handed out, neighbor. And I want to make a valid point here, neighbor. But that's the St. Elizabeth in particular, neighbor. St. Elizabeth, neighbor, was the main parish that was feeding Jamaicans, neighbor. These people are not paupers in the neighbor. These people down there in St. Elizabeth, neighbor, and I'm not trying to pour rubber so they don't deserve no aid. Of course, they deserve all the help and the aid what we can give them. But at some point in time, neighbor, persons who can help themselves will have to help themselves. These persons are not pauper, neighbor. Yes, they were feeding the nation, yes, and we owe them a lot, but they weren't feeding the nation for free, neighbor. They weren't feeding the nation for free. So I want persons to know that people down there in St. Elizabeth, they have money, neighbor, and persons who can help themselves should start to pick up themselves and help themselves, neighbor, and just stop trying to sit down slowly and wait on government.
Scratchy, the PNP supporters, I don't know if it's PNP Central or PNP supporters, have been very poor in terms of how they have responded to this hurricane. What happened to the PNP, Scratchy? PNPs are losing their mind. What happened to them?
The People's National Party, neighbor, is a political organization, neighbor. You and Gusto highlight it very much, neighbor. It's a political organization that can't see nothing else but clout, neighbor. The People's National Party try to use every single situation to see how they can make themselves look good, neighbor, instead of making Jamaicans by extension looking good. So you find that when in things like these, in a disaster time like this, neighbor, the People's National Party are going to be political, neighbor. They are going to try and come with their politicking. They are going to try and show and highlight all the things that are not going right. Meanwhile, try to show what is going right. And they have a following, neighbor. They don't just have just a normal following, neighbor. They have a very cult following, neighbor. They have a very illiterate following, neighbor. And I'm not one to kind of to go around and push literacy on people and tell people that they're illiterate, neighbor. But based on what I see and the support and a lot of these persons who support the People's National Party, they have an illiterate problem, neighbor. And a lot of persons might say, Jamaica currently, from an adult perspective, neighbor, I believe they said that our literacy rate is 88% from an adult perspective. Yes, a lot of persons might say yes, but we must also know that we are lagging way behind our Caribbean counterparts. They are at 98 and 99. So we are at 88. So we have still a long way to go, neighbor. And I don't think the problem that we are facing, neighbor, is a reading problem. Because persons can read, neighbor. That's why they know that, yes, the Prime Minister said that he's going to loan the generators. Persons can read. But I think where Jamaica problem is, neighbor, is in the level of comprehending, neighbor. We read things, but we don't comprehend what we are reading. Jamaica have a serious comprehending problem. It didn't start yesterday, neighbor. It is coming way back, neighbor. We have a serious comprehending problem. We don't comprehend things. We don't understand what we are being read, neighbor, what we are reading, neighbor. And then we run and go and spill misinformation because we also have a culture, neighbor, where we glorify negativity and glorify persons being dunce and glorify persons misspelling words and cannot pronounce words. So we find that there's a lot of things going on in this nation, neighbor, where persons see clout and advantage for. And definitely some government will have to come in strong, neighbor, with some from a legislation to get this thing on a different level. Trust me.
Yes. No, Scratchy, the Prime Minister is suggesting that he's going to give $10 million to the worst affected constituencies. Clearly, Scratchy, $10 million can't build back a constituency. Why is it that this is not appreciated and seen as a start? Because I'm sure that it is not the entirety of the relief. It is just to provide some, for members of parliament to be able to respond. This is not the entirety of the relief that is going into this constituency. The Prime Minister is not saying it's $10 million that is going to cost to rebuild the constituency. What is wrong with people here, man?
And this is where neighbor, this is where leadership fail, neighbor. And when I say leadership, I'm not talking leadership from a governance level, neighbor. What we're still happening in Jamaica right now, neighbor. Jamaica is not being failed from a governance level, neighbor, or I say from a central government point, neighbor. Jamaica is failing, neighbor, from a community level, neighbor. From a community standpoint, neighbor, that's where we're failing our people, neighbor, and that's where the people are failing the country. So I think, neighbor, that the Prime Minister coming to give a constituency $10 million, neighbor. It is up to those political representatives of those constituencies, neighbor, the council and the member of parliament. It is their job to break it down to those persons and say, hey, this is not the do it all, The government definitely know that $10 million can't solve the problem of this constituency. This is just so that as a member of parliament, I have resources where in certain dire emergency cases, I can help and I can make certain things happen. You might have a person in your constituency, a big family, a mother, who might just give birth. She have more than one kid's neighbor and they might don't have a roof. If you can create an emergency program out of that $10 million to put on an emergency roof over that mother head, that is wonderful. Within the whole distribution of aid, neighbor, there are persons who the government are going to miss. Are not necessarily the government, but persons who are going in there, persons who are going to be missed, neighbor. As a member of parliament, this $10 million is to fill that gap. When somebody come and say that they don't get anything or they don't let them go and try to disgrace the country or disgrace themselves by extension. You also have resources. So it's an emergency fund, neighbor, to kind of just filter where government don't reach as yet, neighbor. Just to kind of ease the burden of the most vulnerable and the persons who are in need of the most sincere help at this specific time and moment of the disaster. It's not a one size fits all. It's not to say, hey, $10 million you guys value or whatever damage you guys suffer, it come to $10 million. It's nothing like that, neighbor. It's just to remedy the problem to a certain level from an immediate point of view, neighbor.
Fantastic. Hold on there for me, Scratchy. Harry, are you clear now? Is Harry there? Harry? Come in, Harry. No, I don't know what is happening to Harry's microphone. Harry's not there. Scratchy, one of the other concern you see, Scratchy, is are you there, Scratchy?
Yes, madam, I'm here, neighbor.
The way the aid is being distributed, Scratchy, what we are seeing is a way that I don't think can continue. Um, where people are, there is no order, Scratchy. Isn't it time after more than a week for us to have some order in terms of how things are distributed here? Is it not? Is it not time that we pull back a little and I see people running on trucks, taking out a case of drink, falling on the ground, Scratchy. This needs to be ordered more efficiently, man.
I mean, as I said earlier, neighbor, I could understand from the first couple of days, neighbor, but you're 100% correct, neighbor. I shared this as well last week, sometime on the program, neighbor. And I think we have reached a point now, neighbor, where some form of order need to be done, neighbor. Something, neighbor. A lot of these persons, you made mention to it earlier in your notes as well, neighbor. A lot of these persons who are going down to St. Elizabeth and these places to carry out help, neighbor. A lot of these persons are what we call clout chasers, neighbor. They are more seeking relevance and clout, neighbor, than
Right.
actually wanting to help these persons, neighbor.
Yeah.
And I think in these persons' attempt to chase clout, neighbor, they are also embarrassing, neighbor, reducing persons' pride and dignity in their attempt, neighbor, to seek these clouds. So what I think need to be done now, neighbor, is, neighbor, I think something need to be done from a central government standpoint, neighbor, where government look at these persons, neighbor, who are donating and coming and say, yes, we need all the help and we need all the support. But you guys don't have the ability or the means to distribute these things to a certain level. You guys don't have access to these helicopters and stuff like that. And you guys are basically confusing and exacerbating the process even more at certain level. So I would ask that you guys, when you come, if you want to donate to St. Elizabeth, neighbor, we have a central location where everybody comes to St. Elizabeth. And you drop off your goods right at that central location. If you're seeking some form of clout, Mr. Prime Minister, it is a simple thing. You can make one of your persons, them go on a computer and create a little draft of a certificate. And when you come and get a certificate, it's in a clout and a look. And you get a picture with the goods and you move on, neighbor. I don't like it, neighbor. I think, neighbor, in St. Elizabeth, neighbor, I made mention of this, neighbor. There are 15 political divisions in St. Elizabeth, neighbor. Yes, we're not going to politicize this, and I don't want it to be politicized, but we can use those 15 divisions as drop-off points, neighbor. Persons in these communities, they know these divisions, neighbor. Use these 15 divisions as drop-off point, neighbor. Try to create an inventory, neighbor. Neighbor, we're going to find some cases where man have 25 bully beef, and no sardine, or no mackerel, and no rice, you know.
Yes.
We have to create an inventory, neighbor. I want to see an inventory where Junction can set to Santa Cruz. Yeah, yes. Man, we have 40,000 sardine over here, and Santa Cruz can say, I have 40,000 mackerel. Make we exchange and see how best we can do it, neighbor. There's a lot, neighbor, that going for that I think need to be changed. It need to be set on the balance level now, neighbor. Now, what I think I would also advise the Prime Minister and the government, neighbor, they talk about the road traffic and persons heading down. Neighbor, Parish Council like the KSAMC, Portmore Municipal Corporation, those parish councils have the financial needs, neighbor, where those parish councils can create a drop-off point in Kingston and have a container that goes to these parishes 3 times per week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Instead of having 25,000 people going down by St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland.
Drop it off in Kingston.
Yes, KSAMC have the financial means, neighbor, where they can fund that. Create a drop-off point. We have a 40-foot container leaving Kingston every Monday. We have one leaving Wednesday, and we have one leaving Friday. We'll go over the Portmore Municipal Corporation. That's a very good community again, soon to be parish. Those persons can do it on that angle. Any other parish who have the financial means can do it. Parish councils, come on and do it, neighbor. We don't need 20,000 people continue going down there on the road. So the thing have to be organized, neighbor. It is too chaotic, neighbor. With chaos, there comes anarchy and unrest, neighbor, and that is what I am most scared of in this world situation.
Man,
neighbor.
you are
chaotic distribution of the goods and services.
You should be a consultant at the Ministry of Local Government. Scratchy, I went to Mandeville on Saturday, and I can tell you this. From I left Mandeville till I reached Clarendon, there was a line of traffic going into St. Elizabeth, Scratchy. That's confusion, Scratchy. Why can't these people drop their things in Mandeville or in Clarendon, okay? And as you say, get a receipt, and then the truck come and pick it up and bring it into the area. We don't need people to be. I mean, I understand that you may want to go and see, but you'll have time for that. You have from that, or maybe we should create visiting days, Scratchy.
Definitely, but I think we have passed the level now, neighbor, of just wanting to see, neighbor. I think we have seen a lot, neighbor. We have gained an idea of what is going on the ground, neighbor. And on the ground, neighbor, I just need some form of organization. The person need to understand now, yes, there's no more time for cloud chasing now. You're going to save gas money. Instead of you line up 20 vehicles, go down to St. Elizabeth, you could have buy some more sardine and bully beef with those 20 gas money, neighbor, and send it out from a container in Kingston. So we have to look what we are doing, neighbor. Sometimes we are trying to help, but we are defeat the purpose at the same time. So we have to be smart, neighbor, when we go about this, neighbor, and just make sure that we know what we are doing. And I think, neighbor, that there's go by, neighbor. The Prime Minister made mention of it, neighbor, where he said that we are in the party. Because, neighbor, if you notice, neighbor, every single international organization or a country that sends aid to Jamaica, neighbor, a price tag is put to that aid, neighbor. Up to now, we don't know what the price tag of our aid locally that is being distributed by our private citizens.
Absolutely. It may be significantly more.
Our private citizens are doing a whole lot, neighbor. Up to now, we can't put a price tag on it. I can't tell you, so far Jamaicans are chipping $200 million in goods and services for the people of these affected areas. We need to have an idea, neighbor. It has to be done on a more organized level. Persons need to stop chase cloud. You want to support St. Elizabeth, you drop off your goods at a central location. You don't need to go into these communities and you directly giving out goods yourself. You're causing problems. Sometimes we are repeat, neighbor, we don't know. Sometimes that community where you go to might get goods in the morning, and you go back there in the evening and give them goods already. We have 4 more communities who don't get nothing as yet in the neighbor. So persons need to understand, because the logistics of this neighbor is being carried out by the military and the government. So you going down there by yourself to give out, neighbor, you don't know who get already and who don't get yet, because you're not a part of the logistics. So after turning over those things to the government and the military, neighbor, people have to understand, neighbor, yes, everybody want to help, but bringing your bully beef and your sardine them down there, nah, stop. I don't, Andrew Holness don't want thief on the sardine and bully beef, because everything we call Andrew Holness name. Andrew Holness don't want to the sardine and bully beef. Go down there and make a central location and stop with the cloud chasing, brother. That's why someone go in the communities and that type of thing happen to know. When I get robbed, I want to get this and that. Because you know why some of them get robbed to neighbor? Some of these people need to understand too. We need to understand the climax of Jamaica, neighbor. Some of these persons, neighbor, they are of questionable character. Even sexually to neighbor. Them sexual character is questionable. So when you go down in a community, neighbor, with garrison to go give out goods, neighbor, it's not that the persons are robbing persons who are bringing aid, neighbor. They're attacking these specific persons who showcase them character a certain way on social media and then want to go mingle back with these type of people. We know the type of country we live in a homophobic country, neighbor. So resistance. So I would say to these persons who have questionable sexuality, beware when not going to these places.
How were you saying to me? Oh Lord, is that a happen?
Yes, neighbor, it's not a widespread robbery. Most of the persons go down there and don't get robbed. The persons them who get robbed, neighbor, trust me, some persons who have questionable character, especially from a sexuality standpoint. Persons see them and know them from media. So persons are saying, we don't want them people in our community. I'm not saying it is right, neighbor. I am not saying it is right or they should rob them or do anything. It is not. But I am saying that a lot of these persons, neighbor, for their own safety, they need to protect themselves. When I highlight themselves a certain way on social media, and when I go around persons with food and stuff like that, a lot of persons don't want food from someone in either, you know. A lot of persons don't want food from someone, because some of you guys couldn't give me no food no matter how I'm hungry, neighbor.
No want no food from them?
I couldn't want no food from some of these people, neighbor, no matter how I'm hungry. I'm soon to behave and showcase on a certain lifestyle for social media. What kind of aid me go on from you?
Look at that. By the way, Scratchy, listen to this. The Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility will make a second payment to Jamaica, this time in relation to rainfall due to Hurricane Melissa. A day later, on Friday, the World Bank said it would pay out 100% of Jamaica catastrophe bond, amounting to US $150 million in insurance money. In addition to the forthcoming CAT bond fund to Jamaica, a broad package of assistance is being mobilized. The World Bank said, adding that the package includes emergency finance, redeployment of existing project fund, as well as targeted private sector support through the IFC. So the policy would trigger a record payout of $70.8 million due to the damage caused by Cat 5. Then on Thursday, it said Jamaica would receive another US $21 million under excess rainfall parametric insurance policy. This brings total amount triggered by Melissa to US 91.9 million, which translates to nearly 15 billion in local currency. Jamaica's preliminary estimate of the havoc caused by Melissa in the region of US 6 billion to 7 billion. It's a long story, but Scratchy, government is going to have resources to kickstart its recovery. There should be time taken to plan the logistic and to focus the assistant where it is to go, Scratchy. This ad hoc way of doing things, I think we have to bring this to an end this week. We have to say to people, no, the initial response has to be brought to an end.
Yes, neighbor, it needs some form of control, neighbor. It needs a control arm. It cannot continue this way. It cannot and should not continue this way, neighbor. It is chaotic. And neighbor, what we also understand, the key thing that we have to look on, you made it, you raised it earlier in the notes, neighbor. The pride and dignity of these persons that we are trying to help, neighbor. In our pursuit of helping these persons, neighbor, we must make sure that we preserve the people in pride and the people in dignity, neighbor. 2 sardines and bully beef and 3 pounds of rice is not sufficient enough for you to want to shove a camera in someone's face.
Yes.
And seek any form of highlight or clout from that, neighbor.
Yes.
We need to make sure if you help, man. You don't need to help. You don't need to help people and you showcase and a highlight. Come on, man. I don't like it, neighbor. I don't like it. I think you can help and we can leave the cameras behind. We don't have to bring the cameras with we. If you generally I really want to help these people.
Talk to Casey and Harry for me. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, you can make Casey chip in. Harry. Casey?
You hearing me better, neighbor?
Yeah, Harry, come in, Harry. Harry was here first.
No, man, I'm just having some little audio issues currently at the car wash. But, neighbor, I love the fact that you touch on the NIR, right? Because I think it was the last night we had a conversation, a very serious one at that. You know, I might get a little passionate because of it last night. And I remember going back to the conversation we had about misinformation and all of that. And we watched all of that revealed last night of a strategic thing where I think it's Hugh, persons refer to him as Comrade Hugh, just randomly throwing out that yes, we have 6.1 billion or 6.2 billion in the NIR and we could use 3 billion to get people prepared and recover. And I had to stop him dead in his tracks immediately to say that is fiscally irresponsible. And of course, in the good old-fashioned way, the person had to be louder, had to be a lot stronger, thinking that they can eliminate or shun the truth. Because when I gave him what the NIR is actually for, I love the fact that you laid it out point by point for them. But what I did was, in layman's terms, break it down because I needed everybody to know what it was for. And the conversation turned into the fact that, oh, we're bullying him. No, we want to ensure that detailed and factual information is put out for people. Because for a nation of 63 years old, we still have not understand what is the purpose of government, what are the different roles, different institutions, and what part they play. We also have rarely ever seen what good governance is until now, right? And many people will actually come and run with what is said, especially if they hear it more frequently. Nobody facts check it. Because we have a culture now of where we regurgitate things. We hear it sound good, it look good, we don't know if it's true or not, and we run with it. And that's something I'm dedicating myself to ensure that reduces significantly. Right? Now, on the basis of the fact that people don't understand what the NIR for. It's not a savings account or really a rainy day kind of settings. No. It's not something that the government can even go and dip them hands in.
Yeah, it's
in
not a
that
contingency fund. It's not a contingency fund, Harry.
Yeah, so we've seen in the past where governments have done that with the NHT. It's not the same thing with the NIR. And lo and behold, we can beat Nigel and we can hate him. But when he may ensure that the BOJ is independent of government, it was one of the best things since sliced bread. Because can we imagine if the government, regardless of who is governing in this situation, had access to it just like that? Any little inconvenience, we dip our hand in the jar until what's in the jar. Now, the important part of the NIR that persons need to understand, of late we've seen where Jamaica credit ratings is getting better, investor confidence is higher. It's not just down to the fact that we're a little bit more productive and we're paying down better on the debt. Our NIR has also been looking extremely better. In fact, the best it has ever been in our history. Right? And that is something people need to understand even more. And I hope after tonight, persons will also do their research, extensive research, to add on to what you would have shared, neighbor. Because that is something is being flaunted just openly, just casually. No. It is no different from what Mark is saying with the $50 million. Just throw out a figure. It's reckless. It's poor thinking. It's fiscally irresponsible. It is a financial suicide when you don't understand what that is for, what the NIR is for. And as I would say, based on in the election time, the opposition wanted to party with the NIR. Right? And had we given them the opportunity to do so, they maybe would have eyed the NIR. And now any government that just randomly goes into the NIR, not saying they can't, but if you find a way to do so, that is also political suicide. It means you are now going against what our constitution sets up to protect: policies, laws, regulations. And I don't think the people understand. Not because we say enough money means that we're supposed to touch it or we can touch it. It's just there to be used at any little inconvenience. Because can you imagine, right? We take, and I'm going to be very reserved, $1 billion out of that NIR, and then we have a global crisis. We're going to hear that, it's Andrew caused the global crisis too, and how he let them take the money and run with it. No, we need to ensure that we protect what is actually giving us a cushion, what is giving us an edge in the global market right now, because I don't think people understand how valuable that is.
All right, we are actually bouncing 18 after 6 o'clock, and bouncing 18 after 6. Harry is having a little challenge with his audio. He's at the car wash. But we have Scratchy and we have KC. But let's get the ball rolling with paying for tonight's show. Let's start with $40, okay? Can we get $40, please, to help us with the show tonight? Please, can you start with that? Can we get $40? Let's start with that, please. We're going to get back to the NIR and we're going to tell you why the government would be advised to leave that one. Well, I don't think they need to touch it, and Harry is making the point about good government.
I don't think they can even touch it either, neighbor, based on the constitutional law, neighbor. When the Bank of Jamaica was put as an independent of central government, neighbor, meaning the Minister of Finance, before, neighbor, the Minister of Finance could set interest rates, could recommend that, could do all of that. All of that now is not possible anymore, neighbor. It is now solely under the control of the Bank of Jamaica, and whatever it is set out for neighbor, the government will have to follow that directly. The NIR is basically neighbor for goods and services over an extended period of weeks. It's to show how many gas oil they can buy for a period of weeks, how many goods we can bring in the country for a extended period of weeks. So it's not a discretionary fund. It's not a contingency fund. You know, it's a fund neighbor that has to do with our financial outlook, how we look, how person see us and stuff like that. So I think the opposition have to understand neighbor that even though it's at 6 billion, it's not a fund where we can just go in and take out. So we have a lot more funds neighbor that we might much more easier to take funds from than the NIR.
There you go, coming back. All right, Zelle and Cash app is available for tonight's program. We're asking you to tap and share and repost the live. Use the arrow at the left of your screen. Just press that arrow and repost the live. Let's try and see if we can reach some more people tonight and share with them, clear up some of the misinformation. So we're starting with raising tonight's fee for sponsor. Okay, so we need $200 to pay for the program. Content. You know, I was having a discussion today. And I have to tell my dear listeners, some of them are so very, very good to us, that the real cost to put this program together is way above what we asked for. So we ask you to make up the shortfall. Just the research that we put into this, the research assistant is tremendous. So when I come here and I talk to you about NIR and generator, you think I'm just chatting out of my head? I'm reading from a screen. The notes are on the screen. And it have to be uploaded up there. Fact check and researched. I am bright, but I'm not that bright. So please, we are asking for your support. Jump on right now and send 20, send 10, send what you can. Let's try and see if we can pay the folks that help us put the program together. Come on, let's do that. We are short by 190. So someone has already thrown $10 in. Well, come on, let's see if we can throw 10. Every little make a muckle. I'm gonna go back to Harry and Casey, but I have to come back to this, all right? I don't want people to tell me, say neighbor, you can't come on tomorrow. We need $190 for this Sunday's program, all right? Casey, good evening to you. Fantastic, great. Aya P. Israel, Peter Carty, hi. A little 20 here, a little 10 there, a little 30, a little 40. Keep your program Politics Plus on the air, all right? Aya Israel, Peter Carty, bless her, bless. Is Casey there? No, all right. Let's go back to Harry. Harry? Harry?
Hello. Neighbor.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Good evening, everybody. Scratchy.
Good evening, sir.
My bro. Bless up, my bro.
Good evening, Caroline. Good evening, Harry. Good evening to all the neighborites here this evening.
Yes.
I hope everything is fine.
Yes.
Good
So
evening.
what's up, neighbor?
Good evening, Casey.
Well, Casey, we are struggling with misinformation, Casey. Every day, new misinformation comes out. The latest one is about generators, Casey. Jamaican people want the generator them for free. Do you think they should get it?
Well, we don't have generators to give, neighbor. If we have gotten 400 generators to aid us in a catastrophe, and we give it to people, how will it actually help the people? Because it's supposed to help the entire country. It's good to know that we have 400 generators to call on when we have power outage.
Yes.
Using a generator is not an affordable power alternative. So
Yes.
it's not like one is going to need it when electricity is restored.
Yes.
So why should the government give it to you? The government isn't supposed to give it or even sell it. The government is supposed to put it at a location that it can benefit as much people as possible in a community. So
So
they
if the
can have
government says
power.
I'm going to loan it to a business owner that has the shop, that benefits the community.
Yes, and that then boosts the economy in terms of the community economy, because some of these communities, their whole economy is wiped out. They will do anything now to have a shop to go and buy something, a cold juice, some diaper, anything. And these are some high-powered generator, neighbor. The government can strike a deal with a business owner and say, look, you're going to have a station here where you do some charging for free. That's on us. We will give you some gas for that. So it can enhance connectivity, because the Starlinks are in those areas. So people then now need somewhere to charge their phones. Really, people who want a generator for free, just look at it. When you have a generator, how often do you use it? When do you use it? When the government gives somebody in Black River a generator for free, and then, God forbid, we have a catastrophe next year over in Portland. Now it's your generator, and a generator is needed in Portland. There's electricity in Black River. What does the government do? Go and ask Belgium for another generator to give to the Portlanders? Something just doesn't make sense, neighbor. And no matter how stupid you are, no matter how stupid they are, they don't believe these things that they are saying. They just say it because they have an agenda. Enough of talking about who is misinformed or who is illiterate. And I keep on telling you, I keep on using the same phrase. The problem in the society is the intellectually dishonest who are exploiting the misinformed for their political agenda. Come on, who needs a generator? Nobody will hold up their hand and said, hey, I want a generator from the government for free. Because nobody really wants a generator. People just is putting this information out there to paint the government in a bad light. And they have always been doing it, and it haven't worked. since 2011, and it will not work. It will not help you guys. All you do is rile up your base, and your base is going to come out in full swing, full 100%, and it's not going to help you. Because the other teams also has a big base, plus the articulate minority who you continues to turn off.
Okay. Now, Casey, is it correct to say that the government wants the generators to give out? Is that correct?
The government, no, that's incorrect. The government have gotten the generator to use how they see it please to aid the country in its recovery.
So the persons who say the persons who say the government get the generator to give out, that's not correct.
No, that's incorrect. And the person who said that also knows, as I just stated.
Oh. All right. Listen to this. Listen to this. Let's come back to that.
Get and the rest of people them now get it. Where rest they? Where you do? You give people them in a politics, or you give a family? Politics is basically a family business too. What take?
Well, that's,
yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
I mean,
yes.
But look at the comments, Casey. You want to see the comments? This is why I'm asking you, Casey. Why is it that this is getting support, so much support? And I'm sorry.
Listen to me. Neighbor, that guy is a popular TikToker. He's a comedian. You see, Jamaica is and I keep on telling people, not because you make people laugh, that doesn't mean that they like you. Jamaican people laugh more to what they don't like than who they like. So listen to me, nobody really like the class clown, but they like their jokes anyway. The most popular comedian in Jamaica is Shibada. Yet still Jamaica is one of the most homophobic country. That guy there is another popular TikToker who supposed to be in an aquarium. So people will follow him and laugh and find what he says funny. Whatever he said. And to be fair to him, he's a TikToker, a content creator. And he is not there influencing. His contents are influenced by what people gravitate to. Just like an artist that will sing about the gun, and then people will come down and the artist said, he's leading the youths astray. That artist might do 10 conscious songs and don't get a hit. You understand me, neighbor?
Yes.
Yes. He just hear about the generator and he said, okay, for me to get another viral video, I'll have to pick an Andrew Holness. But I saw somebody sending me that video. But those people, Jamaicans find them funny even though Jamaicans don't like them. That's the same reason they beat up Andre Stevens or Westmoreland.
Wow. Anyway, so did the government get the generators to give way?
No. And that would be a stupid thing to do. That would be a stupid thing to do, because if you give away the generators, God forbid we have another power outage next year in another parish in the eastern part of the island. What do? Go back to the people down west and say, look, the generator that we have given you, we want it to aid the country in the east. Or do you go back to Belgium?
Yeah. Casey is breaking up a bit there, but yes, Casey, he's gone. Are you back there, Casey? Okay. Until Casey, oh, we've lost Casey. Well, we get back Casey. We have Foresight here, and we also have Joshua. We're gonna come to you shortly. Foresight and Joshua. Just give us a second here to remind our listeners to repost the live, to share it, and to repost it. I want to spend a little bit more time on the NIR. And I see where the PNP surrogates are now saying that the government need to use up the NIR. Let me go to Foresight and I get to Joshua. Foresight?
Yes, neighbor. Good evening to everybody on the live. Joshua, Scratchy, Caroline, good evening.
Foresight, one of the things, Foresight, that the government will have to manage here is inflation. Putting too much money in the economy. There's a lot of money pumping into Jamaica right now, Foresight. This idea that the NIR is available, it is part of the government tool. The government is to go in there and take out money to help the people. Do you find that to be a credible suggestion by the surrogates of the PNP?
The government has to be responsible in its approach to this distribution of all kinds of resources, whether it be money or relief supplies, right?
Our generators,
right? Because what we have to understand, neighbor, is that the recovery process will be in phases, different phases, right? At this stage, what we are thinking about, we are faced with emergency, people get food, medication, right? The bulk of the money will be needed when it comes down to the recovery. People getting grants to repair roofs and all of that.
To build back.
To build back, right.
So right now, the focus is on water and food.
Water, food, shelter, temporary shelter, right? The government at this point cannot just start disburse large sums of money to different MPs as they would want. And that is why I think the Prime Minister would have made a decision to just give each MP only $10 million at this stage.
Well, not each of them got 10 million. The worst affected ones got 10, and then there were 5 and 3.
Some get 5, right. So what we see here is careful spending taking place at this point in time, because just to cater to the emergency needs and the immediate needs, you can't expect the government to be disbursing 500 million to MPs at this point, because it's going to be several MPs now that you'd have to depend on now to spend the money as intended. You have to have some level of control. So this whole idea that the government should just spend money and spend out the money as them get it is ridiculous, neighbor.
So Casey, the politics, Foresight, the politics of it though, Casey, will play well on the ground for those who are partisan, because it sounds attractive. Like, well, you have $1 billion in a savings account there. Why not draw out some of it and give us? That is going to, in my view, sound politically attractive. Is this maybe why some of the surrogates of the opposition may be suggesting that the politics of it?
Yes, because the opposition at this point, being in opposition, they are trying to suggest what they think is popular. But it is a government responsibility to do what is right. Can't just take popular decisions that will cause a further disaster that might be worse than Hurricane Melissa in the future. Right? The government responsibility to do what is right, not what is popular. It sounds good to say, oh, give the people them the generator, because the generator them was given to you, the government, right? I don't think Belgium is particularly interested in telling the government what to do with the generator. It is the government that has to determine how best to use these generators. Because what people don't understand, thousands of people are affected. The Prime Minister took the decision to use these generators to assist community shop owners, right? That's what he says, right? Community shop owners, to get them up and running, right? Now, if you only have 400 generators, neighbor, right? And you have thousands of persons who will be affected, isn't it reasonable to understand that once your electricity is restored for these 400 persons, give back the generator to the government so that the government can make them available to those who might not get back electricity as yet? Because remember, the electricity will be restored on a phase basis. Not everybody will get back electricity at the same time. And also so that the government will have them to assist persons if there should be a future hurricane, right? So I don't see anything hard in that to understand. And I think some persons know better than what they are suggesting, but they are just doing it just to gain political expedience, neighbor.
What is happening to the labor rights though foresight? I get the sense that they have gone a little quiet. Why?
I don't well, neighbor. I don't know if they have gone quiet really. I mean, the conversation is still fresh. I've heard on different platforms where labor rights are trying to respond to these misinformation and these different interpretation. But you have to understand now, neighbor. Everybody is excited now about money. Government get money for instance, just give the people them money. Right? There's a view among some persons that the government is moving slow in responding to the crisis and the government is withholding resources.
No, I didn't remove you, green light. I didn't remove you, but I see you in the box. What do you mean I remove you? No. Yes. Go ahead, foresight.
No, there's a view among some persons that the government is withholding resources, and a lot of these kind of beliefs nearby are driven by preconceived notions about the government. And you have to understand that the PNP had 400,000 persons voted for them in the last election. They don't want to highlight anything good like the moratorium or the $500 grant that NHT, right, is providing for affected persons in these areas, right? Because I've been on live that I tried to say this is what will help people and try to provide people with useful information. I've been shut down. Their whole aim is to paint the government bad, right? Paint the government in a bad light, right? That's their whole aim. So anything that is useful and any information that is useful to people now, like NHT providing 500,000 up to $500,000 grant for mortgages in these affected areas, the 6 months moratorium that NHT is now offering to these people, and the $3.5 million right loans that these people can apply for in these affected areas. They are not going to highlight those things, right? And they are talking about renting a generator. The first piece of information surrounding the generator was that the government was renting these generators, which is a blatant lie, right? But this is what you're interested in because your whole aim is to make the government look like they are angling the recovery process very poorly. So you have to understand that there's political motivated comments that are being made, neighbor.
Okay, thank you. Hold on there for me. Joshua.
Greetings, sir.
How is the government looking in all of this, Joshua? You are seeing things from a perspective. The government recovery, the Prime Minister himself admitted that it was not, it was not organized initially. I want you to speak to that, you see, Joshua, and how is it that we are going to logistically organize this in such a way that the dignity of people are preserved? And I also want you to tell me how you think the government is doing so far in this recovery effort. You heard the Prime Minister last week in Parliament. How is the government looking at this point?
So greetings to everyone on your panel, in the chat, and on the For You page. Jamaica's at an inflection point, and simultaneously we have entered the stupid Olympics, and we're not only winning, but also breaking new records, right?
Wow.
It's unfortunate because listen to the level of stupidity that exists in this island. It has placed us in a position where in the international community.
Sorry, Joshua, you say the level of stupidity. Is this manifesting itself in a clearer way now, or because it's not the hurricane blow the stupidity upon us, man?
No, it's not the hurricane, but because of what is happening now, it is not only manifested locally, but the international community is looking on. And so for those who think that boy, and I'm talking even the agitators behind the scenes, the puppet masters, who think that boy, they're making the government look bad. What they're succeeding in doing is painting all Jamaicans as being stupid, right? And not only that, they're creating a situation where the country, irrespective of who would be in power, is now going to be unmanageable if they don't stop it right now, right? Because what they need to understand is that if you think you can paint one set of people in a bad light and take over government, as I heard them agitating for on another live yesterday, that
To
it's
take
time
over the government?
well, I heard the people from the orange side yesterday. I was listening to their live on the For You page, and they were agitating for the PM to step down right away, right? Because
And who to take it on?
well, obviously they want it.
What are you saying to me?
Yes, I was listening to a live yesterday on the For You page, and they were agitating for the PM to step down right away and for the government to resign because, as is obvious, they want it. And if they think that doing that, then the other side is going to give them a free ride after that, then they have another guest coming. So, I think it's best that they understand that we're one nation, should be under God, right? And we must work together because a nation divided against itself will, not may, but will fall. Right? You have another set from the Orange Brigade again that was caught last night, again, planning lies against the government. And I can call two names, Hugh Richards and Caution.
Were caught? Caught how?
Handed, planning lies against the government.
What are you saying to me? K Henriquez, you are listening to me. Thank you so much. And Norma, thank you so much, Norma. Thank you so much, K. Big up yourself.
So
they were caught doing what, Joshua?
Planning lies against the government. Right? That somehow forget that when you're in a public space, it's not you alone in your little living room that you're talking to. You're talking to the public at large. But because of the time of night, they thought that no one was hearing them. And it is caught on tape.
You have them on tape.
I will play it at a later date. I'll make sure that I narrate down to that section of the tape and send it to you.
Okay. No, Joshua. So you are saying to me that based on the measure of the catastrophe, you would give the government a passing grade based on how they have conducted themselves so far?
Most definitely. Let us look at similar things. New Orleans. New Orleans had a catastrophe, approximately 10, 15 years ago in the United States? And they have not fully recovered from it as yet, to this day, right? Remember, when we're planning for this hurricane, we were the hardest hit we have ever been up until this point is Cat 4.
Yes, and it wasn't even a direct hit.
And it was never a direct hit, right? This, on the scale of hurricanes, if we were to use a larger model, would have registered probably a Cat 6 or 7. Because this at one point in time went up to 235 miles per hour.
Good God.
And Cat 5 is usually 185. Right? So this would have qualified.
It's the world's first Cat 6 or 7 hurricane, according to Matthew Samuda.
Right. And in addition to that, as I said, our planning was really for what we were accustomed to. You can't plan for something that you don't know about. You can do the best that you can under the circumstances. But despite all of your best efforts and your best planning, if you have never been at a point, you can't plan for it adequately.
Yes. Are there any? I spoke to Scratchy earlier about the distribution, Joshua, and that it seemed to be chaotic though. Wouldn't you agree?
I wouldn't say chaotic. I think that there is some level of tightening up which is needed. What I would suggest, and I hope that members of the government is that we have a central distribution point wherein all who has distribution to meet at that point. And then what you do, you highlight areas that have not yet received adequate distribution. Or if you're going to be distributing all at once, then you say, okay, you go east, you go west. These 15 bags go here, these 20 bags go here. In addition to that, the MPs in the respective areas, especially Westmoreland, which it seems to be trying to sabotage the efforts of the government, right? Come together and understand that this is the same constituency that you want to govern. And unless the people are adequately dealt with and remunerated and their supplies being met, you won't have a constituency to vote for you. So why not just put away the politics and ensure that we do what we can to get it back together? There's only one person, and she's not even an MP, that I want to commend. And even she fell short. And said, a lady, a light-skinned lady who's a councillor, PNP councillor, right? And she got some generators and distributed them. And the reason I said she fell short too, because she credited the supplies to Global Empowerment Mission. The truth is, whatever we have received as a nation, it's as a result of the goodwill of the governing party and by extension the people of Jamaica, right? And if you didn't have a government that the world respected, they wouldn't have been so quick to assist Jamaica. So irrespective of what is being said on social media and in other mediums, if the government was not respected, people would not run here. We remember CEDA, Canadian International Development Agency, in the 90s stopped giving aid to Jamaica because they thought at the time that the government was so corrupt under PJ Patterson that they decided that we're no longer going to give the Jamaican people any aid.
Yeah,
so
I want to take you down to the NIR in a minute, Scratchy. My other guest online, your Joshua. Hold on a minute there. Let me ask you this, Joshua. The government's response, you say, is commendable.
It is.
What about the opposition's response here? They are the alternative government. Do you think the opposition could have managed this any better?
You know, I would want to take a different approach. I don't see them as an alternative government. I see them as a set of power-hungry people who wants to subvert the process.
No. They are not an alternative government?
No, an alternative government is one who has positioned themselves in a credible way, with credible plans and credible behavior. So just in case the government has fallen short, then they will be the most feasible alternative.
An alternative government is anybody. An alternative government is anyone who hold the opposition in the country. No matter what kind of leadership style or role they have, as long as they hold the opposition in the country, they are the alternative government.
Scratchy. I get what you're saying, but I'm giving you what is truly practical. You're not an alternative until you are equal or better than the next guy.
Yeah, but Scratch, but Joshua, the Mr. Golden has offered some alternative prescriptions to manage this. What are those? $50 million per constituency. Is that an alternative?
No, sir.
Isn't that?
That's $1.4 billion out of our money at this particular point in time.
3.25 billion.
Huh?
3.25 billion.
For how many?
For 63.
No, I was talking about his 28.
Okay.
Right, because the government did not say that they want it. It's Mr. Golding that want to make sure that he piggybacks on a request for the government so that he can get something for his guys.
Oh,
right.
Uh-huh. You don't support that? You don't support that?
You must remember, sir, that it's only 7 parishes that were hit. Right? The PNP, it seems as if you are frozen. I don't know.
No, man. I am hearing you all right.
Okay. Of the 7 parishes, right, that were hit, we can count immediately 7 constituencies by the People's National Party. They have 28 seats, 4 times 7 is 28, which means it's only a quarter of those that actually need $50 million. Right? Why are you advocating for 28, which is $1.4 billion? Now, to put it in context, the 150 million US works out to 24 billion Jamaican dollars, which works out to $2 billion per month. It is almost the entire amount per month that they're asking for at a time of crisis when we need every dollar that we can get.
Now, what about the additional suggestion that we have some money in the NIR and the government should, make some provisions from that buffer that we have? Do you think that is something that we should do?
In every sense of the way, it is wrong. And let me tell you why, sir. Even if it's a case, I don't necessarily agree, but even if it was a case where that money was there and could be used for it, I think the proper way to do it in time of crisis, to show national unity and to ensure that we don't end up with anarchy or chaos, is to pull together everyone and say, okay, Mr. Prime Minister, let's have a talk behind closed doors. Do you have any plans for the NIR? And if so, what are those? And then having said that now and hear the Prime Minister's perspective, then you can give suggestion to kind of bolster what is there. And then you come out with one united voice as a nation. Not to continue giving something and pulling the nation one side and pulling the nation. And that is why I can never see them as the alternative government, because everything that seems to be done seems to be with the intention of drawing attention to self as opposed to what is best for the nation.
The other thing, Joshua, is that the MPs from the opposition seem to be performing for the media. Every little thing in these constituencies are highlighted and placed out there as an act of something being done, and it is not being done. Don't you think that there needs to be some better coordination of how information is transmitted over the media?
Yes, sir. Shakespeare once said, the world is a stage. And I think there has been no greater time in the history of Jamaica that we have seen this being played out. And that it is being done so by the opposition, right? Because again, as I said, this is no time for us to be performing, right? The only performance that is needed is for the representation of the people, not to put on a show to draw attention to self, but rather how as a nation we can pull together. I watched a video earlier last week with a gentleman, a Caucasian gentleman, I don't like the term, but I'll use it, right, who was advocating for Jamaicans to pull together.
Yes.
It is that obvious that we are not pulling together as a nation. The opposition is singing from a different hymn book than the governing party, and the opposition need to get to the point where they understand that the governing party was elected to lead. You can't, and anything that has more than one head is a beast. And that is exactly how we're operating now. We're operating in a beastly fashion.
All right, let hold on there, Joshua. Can you stay with me a little longer?
Sure, sir. I will. This is Jamaica, sir, so I will stay.
Yes, okay. JLP green light. Well, he's a green light man. Good evening, sir. Is your birthday? Hello? Hello, sir? He said that he would text me on WhatsApp, but I don't see any text from him. Good evening, green light. No, he's not there. Harry? Harry, are you back? Harry?
I'm here, neighbor.
Harry, you told me last night, earlier, that you were on a live and that you were explaining why the NIR is not the best choice right now for the government. We were hardly hearing you. Can you explain to us and our listeners why you made that point?
Well, understand this, neighbor, right? For one, I'm happy we can't touch the NIR. No government can. That's a duty.
That is not entirely true, though.
No, man. As in, based on the situation we have currently, right?
No.
Um,
There's nothing the government cannot do really. If it is, his background is still very shaky.
can you hear me any better, neighbor?
Yes. Go ahead. You are saying that
Yeah.
the central bank, which is now independent, that if government needs to do things from the NIR, they can't. That's not correct. That's not true.
No, not for this context in what they want it to be used for. Right?
For
Based
disaster
on
recovery.
it is for disaster recovery, but why should the NIR be the first go to? Remember, what most persons don't realize. The budget reading in April, 5 billion was put aside. Right?
For contingency.
Right.
So you
we
have
also have right. So we also have the payout that's coming for CRIF from the CRIF insurance, which is over another billion. And we have the cat bond. Why should we look because we think the NIR money is there, just run and just use it as we feel alike? It's not something that's fiscally responsible.
Who is suggesting that, though? Who is suggesting that?
Well, I can tell you it's definitely from an opposition mind, because the individual on the program that we were talking, we're having a conversation last night, definitely is a comrade, right? And he doesn't hide it. So it has to be coming from somewhere. And the thing about it as well is that he was so confident in saying, yes, we can go and use it, and yes, we can do it and spend it. No, we can't.
On your understanding, Harry, what are the avenues of financing that the government is now acceptable to the government immediately?
That is, in terms of immediate response?
Yes. Where is the government turning now to get money to be able to respond to the needs? Because do you agree with me that there is need for money to respond to people right now?
There is neighbor, and from what I see, in terms of what I know, I don't think we've finished the 5 billion from the budget. Just to start with that point, right?
That's coming from the disaster
but in terms
risk
of
management
additional
fund.
funds, yeah.
So you said
there is additional
5 billion. There is 5 billion that was budgeted for,
set aside.
It wasn't directly for disaster, neighbor. It wasn't directly for disaster. Not to say it was set aside for disaster, it was set aside for contingency, meaning in any sector where we might have a little fall off or overrun of budget in terms of whatever, that was that $5 billion that was there where the government could rally on. But in the disaster risk management fund, there was $1 billion, and I believe that is where the money is currently being spent from. And the Prime Minister has direct responsibility for that fund, neighbor, the disaster risk management fund. That's where most of the funding is being spent from right now.
But wouldn't you agree with me, Scratch, that $5 billion would not be available to government just like that, because it would be monies coming in from tax revenues and things like that. So it's not that the $5 billion is here.
You are 100% correct. 100% correct.
Right.
Go ahead.
But it is one in which we have that in terms of how the government was looking to govern. Because
but
it's not like
we don't say we have it, Harry, because if there are shortfalls like there are going to be now, those projections would be off.
Right. But also it's not even just contingency, the whole thing, neighbor. There is, because of hurricane positioning, right? Whenever it comes to this period, they actually set aside money for this year when it comes out to disaster. While it's not the full 5 billion, the entire thing that we may have access to would be 5 billion. But even with that, we have both the cat bond and the CRIF insurance approved.
Okay, so it's approved, and there is a story in the paper that money should be coming in this week.
Within this week to next week, because it doesn't take a long time for you to get the money over to anyone.
Well, it's a click of a mouse and the money is in the government's account. Yes.
So I don't see why we shouldn't even be having this conversation about the NIR.
By the way, hold on, Harry. Hold on, Harry. Scratch it. Did the Prime Minister not say that it's it was 6 billion US.
The estimated damage?
Right.
6 to 7 billion, yes.
Okay, right. So then, Harry, the cat bond and the money that Chris, is really a very small fraction, Harry, of what the government really needs.
Right. But it is not something that we're going to need
immediately.
Right. And that's what persons aren't understanding. Right? And even as such, it is a process in which you have to know how you're going to redevelop. So even if you have the money right there and then, you can't spend all of the money in one go. Because again, you also need to be responsible to look at the shortfall of any potential issues globally, which is where the NIR comes into play for us to give us that cushion. Right? So we don't end up in previous situations.
But is there any merit? Is there any merit to the argument that $10 billion in a constituency is just not sufficient latitude to an MP based on the scale of the
No, well, the first thing as well, neighbor, with that, right? People need to understand what the 10 million is being issued for. It is to help the worst of the worst persons at the discretion of the member of parliament as well. So I've heard people saying 10 million can build back houses and people forget money, but that's not the purpose. And I think that's what people are missing. The critical part of it, and this goes to how we think. We may have, I think Scratchy touched the literacy level. We may have 88% persons literate, but they're regurgitating things and don't have critical thinking. Right? God knew what he was doing when he gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth. And it means we need to listen to understand what is being put forward and then act on it rather than just hear something to one, respond, which is what the opposition has been taking opportunity to do. And doing the smoke and mirrors thing with people. And the second thing is we need to ensure whatever money is dispersed, we don't just say, oh, it's not enough, without having any context to what it is for.
Still there, sir?
Still here with the neighbor.
Yes. All right. So let me now move you back to NIR. So then you are saying that the government does have facility that it can draw on, and they don't really need even to be considering the NIR. So
that is
correct. If we do not analyze the risk of that, you are saying even before the government thinks about that, it is a very last resort. You are saying to me.
That is correct. Because even when we just got hit a few days right after, and I know Jamaicans don't like hear the word IMF, but the IMF would have also come into play to say they are willing and ready to aid Jamaica in that aspect, if needs be, which means I would rather to see Jamaica borrow at a favorable rate.
Yes.
Right? And repay over a long term than to just take up the NIR and shift our entire credit worthiness to the world. Because in bringing in as well, the rest of the world see Jamaica as a place they have a huge confidence in, not just the recovery, but to invest into it and expect great returns. The NIR contributed that vote of confidence significantly, and if we reduce it, we also impact our vote of confidence by the rest of the world, and people need to understand that.
Oh, yes. No, what would be the risk, Harry, if we should be irresponsible and start to, are the risks to the economy?
Well, for one, neighbor, it means that we're reducing our reserve of US currency, which gives us a critical cushion. Because I don't know if persons understand that when we have inflation,
Yes.
one of the tactics is to also put some US back in the economy to help bring that down. So it's not just holding it in terms of high. It's a strategy that would have been used several times by this administration, which worked because they did it responsibly. Right? So that's one of the major things with it, because we can't say what is going to happen elsewhere in the rest of the world that will impact us. What if there is, for example, another war neighbor? We need to ensure we have some level of reserve there, because we're going to have some level of shortage. Oil is something in which we purchase almost every 2 to 3 weeks, because it's not something you store for a long time. So let's say we reduce our NIR. It means we also reduce our capability to go ahead and get the natural things that we need, such as oil, to run the country, notwithstanding other impacts that could come. So that's how serious an NIR is, and our people need to understand that and not take this foolishness from the opposition and their naysayers.
No, it's not a savings account, Harry, that you can dip into to pull out savings. That is not the purpose of the NIR. It's not a savings account for when you get into problems. It's broader than that, correct?
That is correct, neighbor.
Spending is directly defined, neighbor. The spending is directly defined. The spending is how you draw down and do the NRM, neighbor. It is entrenched in our law as well, neighbor. So as I say, neighbor, it's not something where anyone can just go and say we have a downfall here. So the NIR, neighbor, basically tell us, neighbor, how strong we are in terms of providing for ourselves over a contested period of time. Based on the $6 billion that we have right now in the NIR, neighbor. Immediately persons might say, yes, we have 26 months out of goods and services. This can bring us through 26 months out of goods and services, meaning the buying of oil, gas, and other things that government use. Right now, with a case in point, neighbor, we're going to definitely see in this Christmas season, one of the most festive season, neighbor, because of what we in the tourism sector, we are expected to see a decrease in US dollar, neighbor. The NIR is going to have to come in the market now by pumping US dollars in the market, because there's going to be a high demand for US dollars come December, January, February, March. So that is what the NIR is there for, neighbor, to just basically cushion and basically give us a forecast as to how many amount of weeks or months of services the government can provide going forward. And $6 billion is very healthy, neighbor. It give international investors an idea as to where the country stand, because nobody not going to come and invest in our country, and you hear that this country only have 2 weeks out of reserve in its account, where it can only balance itself for 2 weeks. So the longer you can rebalance yourself, neighbor, it's a positive message out there to investors and persons who wish to give loan as well. So the NIR is definitely not something that it's not a discretionary fund, it's not a contingency fund, and it's definitely not a part of our consolidated fund. So we can't just go in like that.
Very well said. Let me go back to you, Joshua. Joshua?
Yes, sir.
Joshua, you know, Joshua, even as we speak tonight on this program, there are people who may not even be listening, but their reality, Joshua, is that they don't have a roof over their heads. They may not be able to return to work, and their condition is dire. Joshua, project for me where you see this recovery going. What is the length of time that you think it will take for these people to get back on their feet? And also, Joshua, how is it going to become a partnership between them and the government? Because don't people have a responsibility to find ways to help themselves while they partner with the government? Help me to understand that.
All right. So thank you. Very good question, sir. First of all, in order for this recovery to be fast, or as fast as it can be, let me put it that way, everyone, including those affected, has to participate, and participate without remuneration. And part of the reason I say that, because not only is it factual, but I heard of a situation where in another parish / constituency, there were some cleaning up which was happening, and the contractor abandoned the job because persons were saying that they started cleaning up before and they were the ones who should have been paid to do it. Now, it is like me having leaves in my home and somebody decided to sponsor somebody to pay somebody to come and assist because of the magnitude of the leaves in my yard. And I push out the person and say I should be paid for cleaning up the leaves in my yard when I don't see it as an assistance, you know, and I think that is what is happening, and it's going to slow down the process. I think it's full time for us to come back to a stage where we have national pride and personal pride, wherein we understand that it is as much my responsibility as I would want to put it on the government, right? Because it's really not the government. Some of the things are not the government's responsibility. Some is communist spirit that is required. That is one. As it relates to some persons getting back on their feet, we
Yes,
can't.
so we are in November now, Joshua.
Yes,
Do
sir.
you think that if we should drive down there March, April, when do you see this?
I don't think it is a static or a standard thing for people to be on their feet. It depends on the magnitude of the damage that people suffered. And so it's going to vary from individual to individual and the level of loss that the person encountered, right? And also what savings they may or may not have had put aside, right? So from there now, then you can say, okay, it can range from as little as 1 month for some persons to as long as 3-4 years for others, right? And as I said, it depends on whether or not.
Isn't this precisely why, Joshua, the government must take its time to gather the information to see where, because I saw something today that people need an identification to register for certain type of benefit. Isn't this necessary, Joshua? Because some people are going to need more help than others based on the damage they had.
Right. Some persons are going to, and let us be very clear, the identification that is being required is not for food and clothing, as is being posited on social media. It is so that we can understand that, okay, you actually one are a Jamaican and not somebody who use a boat to get to the island, right, and is capitalizing on the ill fortunes of other persons. And two, so it is a possibility that your name can be plugged into the national system to see whether or not you live or you're from that particular area. Because there are persons, let us not fool ourselves, there are persons who may migrate from other areas who come down and say, boy, they lost something, when in truth and in fact, all they want to do is to ensure that they can collect something too.
Right.
Right? And so we have to be sensible, not only we as Jamaicans, we have to be perceptive, and then the government has to do this sensibly. And again, I will call upon the MPs who were elected from the other side, because I don't foresee any problem with the government and MPs. But the MPs from the other side, not to politicize this. You were elected to serve the people. So stop pulling away and hoping that the government get as much blame as possible. If it was the government's responsibility to walk there, if it was the Prime Minister's responsibility to come into the constituency to do all of what you were elected to do, then the MPs that are no longer MPs there from the government side shouldn't have been voted out. You were elected as the MP to serve the people, and part of that is that just as though you walk from door to door and finally got elected, it now is the time for you to walk from door to door, wherever there is door, or to the same set of persons who you claim elected you.
Yeah.
And show them how much.
If you were in that affected area and you got your house got damaged, I'm sure that you would have to get up next morning and figure out a way to see how you could help yourself. Not true?
Of course, sir.
Don't our people have a responsibility, Joshua, to push out and help themselves?
Let me give you an example, since you asked that question. I think it was 1979 that we had a Hurricane Allen. For the older folks, you can correct me if it was 79 or 80, right? And the following day, in as much as we had massive flooding, right, what we did What I saw happening as a young lad at the time, it's persons getting up, gathering the wood, literally wet wood, and reconstructing their homes immediately.
Wow. Wow.
That's the following day. They went and searched for what they had. But we have gotten to a point in our history where we have this mendicancy mindset or the beggar's mindset. Right? And I think the PNP is playing very well upon it, trying to let the people feel a sense of helplessness, that if government don't issue something to you, then you can't survive. You don't build an economy by creating a mendicancy mindset.
Very good point, you know, sir. It's a very good point. And therefore, Joshua, it is going to require a partnership between communities. Don't you see, Joshua, trade men in communities coming together to reconstruct roofs and building back people's house? The community spirit can become really alive right now, you know, Joshua.
Now is the best time, sir. For those men who like to say that they are real men, now is the time for them to get up and stand up. Right? Because as Jamaicans, we like to position ourselves as real men, right? And the man who doesn't wear his pants sagging, right, is demeaned, right? The best way to show how much of a real man you are is to begin to organize. You want donship and you have fought for it. You know, Westmoreland is one of those places that want to create garrisons, which means that there would be, quote unquote, a don for the garrison. Now is the best time for you to show how much you deserve the leadership that you crave for by organizing persons as community leaders and saying, hey, we need to start moving on instead of waiting on government to do everything for us, and instead of waiting on international donors to do everything for us.
You want that to be done by the dons?
No, I'm saying that since that is what they are craving
no,
for.
we don't need these people by apartheid by no time. Because we can't, that's the problem we have with crime fighting. We are seeing too much mixed reaction. 1 minute we're against them, 1 minute we want to use them. They will push them aside in totality.
I am not supporting donship. I am saying that since we like to talk about being a man and being community leaders, now is the best time for you to demonstrate that you deserve that leadership that you crave for. We are not supporting donship under any circumstances whatsoever. We are saying that now is the time to show that kind of leadership.
I think we're failing from the member of parliament's neighbor perspective in these communities. I think the member of parliament's neighbor who are in these affected areas, I think they're too weak. They're waiting too much on government resources. The people have become too dependent on them. They're not creative neighbor. They're not good leaders, and they don't know how to lead. Because if I was a member of parliament neighbor in a situation like this neighbor, I would have come up with some from a creative plan a long time, to put my constituency on a balance. I wouldn't have to sit down me and wait on government and government resources. The first thing I would have done, neighbor, is look and say, all right, in a specific constituency like this, as I said neighbor before, St. Elizabeth is not a poor parish neighbor. These persons were feeding Jamaica and they weren't feeding Jamaicans for free. Money is down there. Neighbor, if I have a specific constituency, I would have said, okay, on my voters list going into any election, I see 33, 34, 35 to 40,000 people on my voters list. Neighbor, I would have meet with my constituency member in our time of crisis. And I would have said to them, listen up now, guys. We see what happened with government is a whole heap of damage and we can't really sit down and wait on government. Let's see how best we can take an approach. Neighbor, that create a GoFundMe or some funding within my neighbor, you know, say if 10,000 people in our constituency where 40,000 names is on the voters list should donate 20,000 neighbor, that is $200 million.
Wow.
Neighbor, $200 million neighbor spent at 100,000 per each house in our constituency. That's 2,000 houses repairing up. But that's what I'm saying, neighbor, these member of parliament, they are not creative. They are not leaders. They don't know how to create stuff, neighbor. They can't do it, just sit down and wait on government and government. Neighbor, they are creative, neighbor. There's wealth within these constituencies we can use and build up ourselves. We don't have necessarily depend 100% on government resources, neighbor. Yes. Member of parliament, them weak. Weak, neighbor.
But Scratchy, don't you think it's deliberate on their part so that they can paint the government in a bad light?
I don't think it's deliberate when I look at them. I just say when I look at a lot of them, I think them just cannot help it. Them just don't know. They come into a job, Joshua, that they don't know what they're doing. Most of them they are new and they don't understand the job. They don't understand the job description. They don't understand the responsibility that comes with the job. They think, yes, being a member of parliament is just solely dependent on government resources. I think some of them just don't have the skill. It's a skill where you have to have naturally, and I think that a lot of these persons don't have it, neighbor. A lot of these persons shouldn't be member of parliament, neighbor. Not because you're a lawyer, it doesn't mean that you equate to a good member of parliament. You have to seriously know about community development, neighbor. Seriously have a love for people and want to see people life better. Because if you really wanted to see people life better, have a love for community, you find creative ways and means, neighbor. The people don't they have them money, neighbor. But what the people is waiting on is leadership. Jamaican neighbor, we are a country, we depend on leadership. That's why we see dance can farm in a community. We strongly believe in leadership. All the people in these disaster years are waiting on is to someone with some form of leadership come and take the initiative and say, listen, guys, this is the approach we are going to take. 20,000 from 10,000 people. Now, out of 40,000 who come up and vote at this. We have overseas people who are willing to help. Neighbor, the time is now where a lot of help can come. And if we wait too long, neighbor, these helps are going to dry up if these persons are allowed to wait too long. Remember, Parliament's weak, neighbor. I'm disappointed in a lot of them.
Joshua.
Yes, sir.
Joshua, isn't that a very good point that the management of the constituency is centered and dependent on government? And aren't members of parliament ought to be good managers that can influence people, get resources from outside to help their constituents? Isn't it a good point that the MPs probably are lacking in skills?
That is only a part of it from where I stand, neighbor. And let me tell you why. The fact that they were elected, they were so belligerent and pointing to what was not being done in the same constituencies and in other constituencies. That it therefore means that at the very least you have an intellectual understanding of what is required. So if you can translate that intellectual understanding into practical work, then you would have bridged that gap. So it's not, I don't think that they are totally ignorant. I think that part of the ploy, in addition to lacking some area, is also to point the government in as negative light as possible so that they now become the alternative. But and this is part of what I was trying to say initially, that it is the MP's responsibility. The Prime Minister is the country, the manager of the country. The MPs are supposed to be the managers of their constituencies, right? Now, if you are not managing your constituency, then it's time for you to do the honorable thing. Step aside and let the caretaker do it. And I hear, to show you how the other side is trying to make the government look bad, I hear them, both in terms of their TikTokers as well as they themselves, trying to point finger at the government to say that the caretaker, the JLP caretakers, are getting resources and they are not getting any. It shows you that there's an orchestrated plan to try and point finger instead of unifying the people, instead of doing the job that you were elected to do, which is to represent the people, to unify the people and to organize the people, right? Because it's not just about being there and collecting resources as they're advocating for. They're supposed to do all of these things. Now, the 5 functions of management, they have failed all of them. Leading, directing, organizing, planning, and I don't remember the 5th one. They have failed all of them.
Yeah. So then, Joshua, as we emerge out of this crisis, as Jamaica rebuilds, I wanted to get some, foresight from you in terms of the partnership, because obviously it is going to have to be a partnership between government and the individual citizens. At what point, Joshua, is this message being communicated to people that, guys, it was a natural disaster? The country is responding to many things, but individual circumstances are going to have to seek additional support, either personally or from your family, friends, or whatever, to put back your life together. That's your responsibility, Joshua.
It is. I remember when we were looking at the constitutional reform, one of the things that the opposition tried to rake the government over the coals with is town hall meetings. While we may not necessarily have any town halls to gather in right now, right? I think that the MPs for these respective areas can get a bullhorn and organize with their respective councillors or caretakers to say, hey, in your division, gather these persons. We are going to have 3 or 4 meetings today, and we're going to pan across them. And then we'll finish that. Tomorrow will be the next set, and kind of communicate that same information that you're talking about, neighbor, to communicate to say, hey, this is what is going to be required. This is how long it may take. And so whilst you get food, whilst you get clothing, whilst you may get tent, in the meantime, we're asking for your patience, because the truth is, I hear people talking about billions and billions of dollars. There's a difference between the billions of dollars in aid and billions of dollars in cash. And we must never mix up the two. Billions of dollars in aid is going to outstrip cash. And so I hear one person, and I will not utter what came to my mind, right? But suffice it to say, it's obvious that he doesn't have an understanding of how economies are run. He's talking about Jamaica is rich now with 150 million US plus 70 million, right? That's 220 million.
By the way, Joshua, I see where Jamaica is going to be getting cruise ship this week. Amazing.
Yes. And it shows the goodwill that we still, well, not still, but we have as a people, because where I live in North America, every single place. Yesterday, I went to 4 business places, and 2 of the places, they know me there, right? The other 2, they didn't know me, but they heard my accent. And they walk up to me and say, boy, I'm so sorry about what happened to your nation. And by the way, I want to take the international media to task, because one of the places I went to, one lady said to me, boy, what a pity. And this is a Caucasian lady. And boy, I'm so sorry, because your country only has shacks. It only had shacks in the first place. And with this hurricane, boy, those shacks are demolished. I had to correct her on the spot. I wasn't even tactful. I said, ma'am, we don't have shacks in Jamaica. Yes, we may have some to a certain degree, but that's not true Jamaica.
Yes. Oh my God. Hold on there for me, Joshua. Harry? Is Harry there? Harry, how important it is, as I look at the news and see Jamaica welcoming cruise ship this week. How important it is, Harry, for the economy to be things like this to happen? How important is this for?
It's a critical aspect of things to show that we are bounced back. It shows the level of resilience that we still have, because how many other countries could 40% of their island could have gotten hit, and they are still open for business. So it also shows some level of preparedness, I'd want to say, and resilience to get back some of these areas fully operational, and to also carry somewhat the burden of what we're about to lose within the next few months, probably years.
No doubt, Harry, the country has taken a significant economic hit. Tourism, for example, right now is on the down. Harry, in terms of government projections and government's ability to deliver social services and things like that, how much you think we are going to be able to continue as normal? And should our people look for, some reduction, some cuts in areas?
Well, in terms of the cuts, I don't want to necessarily say we'll see major cuts per se, but we will see some additional pressure that may threaten us to potentially make cuts. All right, that doesn't mean we will, because I think we would have worked out in terms of the nation and our administration how we could move forward. Of course, that plan in itself would have to be revisited and pivoted to other areas. But in essence, I do expect that the other side of the nation that is open have to take some level of pressure. We are also tasked, being that we now got the opportunity to raise our productivity level, to put in additional shift. And I'd want to say it is the opportunity for the rest of the island to know, understand where they are and how much they can add in terms of value. So we will see some additional pressure when it comes on to cuts, but I think we will still push until we most definitely have to make any form of cuts.
I see where the toll authorities are saying that as of Monday night, the tolls will be back in. Yes. Okay. Yes. Finally, all of you, Joshua, Harry, and Scratchy, 25 minutes to 8. Starting with you, Joshua. Joshua, tell me now how the politics of this will play going forward. Do you think, Joshua, that the government will be unpopular? What do you think, how it will play politically as the misery index no doubt will increase? Joshua, do you think the government will benefit politically from all of this, or do you think there's a negative implication here?
Well, sir, I believe that the PNP's hopes is that they can paint the government in the worst possible light to create an unpopular perspective of the government. I hear some rude persons online telling the PM to go under his wife and all of those things, right? And I wonder who they were raised with. Were they raised with hogs, or were they raised by proper parents, right? And they may do.
They were raised with hugs. So
yes, and I made sure that every time.
Hold on, Joshua. You don't eat pork?
No, sir.
You're disrespecting the hug, sir, because I know some hugs that are very, very oink, very, very mannerly,
Father, one of the many things that he did, he raised animals, and some of those were hogs. And I've seen sometimes the food is shared, and the hog decided to use his snout and box the other one so that it get more, right? and I believe in the stupid Olympics that we have. I think, some of these persons are contending to see if I can be more stupid than the person before me, and which is sad, really, because I believe that Jamaica can do much better. And instead of, and the funny thing, every time I hear them, I go on their page to check in, and it never fails. They're always PNP. I make sure that every time I see one of their videos, I go on their page to check and see who they are. And they're not objective. One gentleman was criticizing the Prime Minister for not going through the constituency in water boots and handing out things. Now, if you have so much person being displaced and organization needs to be done and meet with international people and all of the coordination that is required, you think the Prime Minister has time when you have elected MPs to do that job, to be going from door to door? I hear stupid people saying that, like Michael Manley used to do. That is why Michael Manley got nothing done, right? And Michael Manley never used to do that, right? It's election time that we saw Michael Manley during the time of crisis. And PJ Patterson never used to, and I would not expect them to do it either. That's the reality. That is not the job of the leader. The job of the leader is to pull together the necessary resources and the partners that we have to get the job done and to receive the reports from those who are elected to serve in these areas. So having said that, if I am the last person alive, and if I'm the last person alive who is left out there to try and present the truth, I will do it. And if it costs me my life, let it cost me my life. I'm a patriotic Jamaican, and I can't resile from doing my job as a patriotic person.
Well, sir, your voice is very much needed in this space, and I thank you for checking in with us today. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. God bless you.
Bye-bye.
Justin, Scratchy, Harry, and Caroline. Have a good evening.
Great. Scratchy?
Yes, neighbor. Yes, big up, Joshua.
Same question, Scratchy. The politics of this. How do you think it is going to play politically going forward? Do you think the government will become unpopular as the misery index no doubt rises as people becomes a little frustrated. Cannot be a happy thing to not have your house, your furniture destroyed, and you have to be depending on aid, Scratchy. Do you think that we're going to see greater political division going forward?
I mean, for me, neighbor, I definitely expect some form of misery index, neighbor. I understand it's a disaster, neighbor. People are distressed, as I say. People lives are and livelihood, neighbor, are saturated all over the place, neighbor. People are outside of their level of comfortness. So I definitely expect some form of misery index, neighbor. The key thing going forward, though, neighbor, to make sure that these persons in this disaster you have a better understanding and acceptance of what is going on, neighbor, is going to be communication, neighbor. And that will be communication from a government standpoint, neighbor. Government must make it communication between itself and these persons a main priority, neighbor. Any breakdown in communication can cause any form of unrest and social unrest down in those places, neighbor, because of the how fragile that area is right now. So government must communicate on a more professional and better level with these people, neighbor. Government must also, neighbor, understand that persons who we put on front line to carry out the distribution of these goods and services, neighbor, we must also make sure that these persons, neighbors, are in line with government guidelines and government policies.
Yes.
Because we see in Jamaica, neighbor, Jamaica is a country, neighbor, where a lot of persons who like status, give them a leadership role, neighbor, them feel like them are the boss and them take over how things should be done and must be done. So we need to also make sure that, neighbor, we put in some form of system in place.
Yes.
Where
yes,
if these persons were distributing, neighbor, we can a system is put in place, neighbor, where if them should come across in any way, shape, or form, neighbor, report can be made on them, because these persons are who represent the government, neighbor, and these persons are the ones who can make government get backlash. Because the Prime Minister and the ministers themselves are not directly down there on the ground giving out day-to-day aid. It's persons who are representing the government, neighbor, and these persons, neighbor, can make the government gain backlash. Now, I understand, neighbor, that there has to be some form of order and system in place. No, I want the government to make it abundantly clear to any one of these persons. Say, yes, even though the government tells us a man or a female must have an ID. Come on, man. If a man have him ID, look on the gravity of the situation. It is possible that a lot of these persons won't have it.
Yes. You can't find it because it lasts. Gone I see.
Exactly. You shouldn't prevent him from getting any form of aid because he not have an ID at that specific moment, especially food.
Take a picture of him and so you can identify him, sir. Put it on file.
Exactly. Put him on file so you can identify him. Don't tell him, say, because he not have an ID, must turn back and can't get no food.
In other words, Scratchy, the empathy, the empathy that is necessary from those persons who are manning these distribution centers is critical. The way you make people feel, sir.
Very, very critical, neighbor. In these persons' crisis and in their time of need, neighbor, we must be aware of how we must be we must take we must make these people feel, neighbor. But neighbor, you know, these persons are walking from far, and when they see a helicopter and they come for something and then they are told that you have to go up because they don't have an ID. We have to be understanding towards these situations, neighbor.
But let us be clear, though, Swati. The government has clarified that today to say it's not for the aid that they're asking for the ID. It is for other assistance, for example, with housing and other forms of assistance that will come to them. Not in this early stage of getting
the relief.
Yes, neighbor, that is a good clarity from the government, neighbor. But I am telling you, neighbor, that someone who was there doing the distribution made that statement to the person's neighbor.
Oh?
Why the persons run with it and said that, neighbor? I have direct information with someone who was there who said that one person there made the announcement about IDs.
Make sure that we're getting credible information because we don't want to mislead anyone.
No, Mr. Highness, Your Highness, this is what I'm telling you about again, neighbor. When we put some of these persons in position, neighbor, they tend to believe, neighbor, that they know can direct how things could go. It must be one accord. It must be singing from one hymn.
The policy must be set by the government and enforced
Yes.
The policy must be set by the government and enforced, neighbor. No only can one military personnel or know anybody, come tell nobody about an ID just because you might think at the specific time it is being done in a chaotic way. No. Just work with the policy where the government give you, and if even though the government give you a policy, use your initiative and your in the moment skills to say, okay, this is like the government say this. I think I can do this and note it and say, yo, this is what happened because of Ray. Make a note of it. Neighbor, we can't make them people here feel bad, neighbor. One bad publicity, neighbor, is too many, neighbor. We have to make sure that we deal with these people on a level. So that's what I'm saying, neighbor. Going forward, the misery index.
Too many. One bad publicity is too many.
Yeah.
One bad publicity is too many, neighbor. We must try to limit the amount of bad publicity that's come out of these disaster era, especially what the publicity are coming out for, neighbor. We don't want to hear nobody else say them not getting a food because they don't have an ID. That is madness. We don't want to hear that. So we want to hear the persons are being fed. We want to hear that yes, person understand what is going on.
But
so neighbor, as I said, going forward.
Why is it that Jamaica today blames Andrew Holness for every damn thing? Why? Why is him the blame?
You see, Jamaica, neighbor, see, as Jamaicans, you see, anytime we have a prime minister, neighbor, I think Jamaicans, neighbor, they have a love-hate relationship for the prime minister, neighbor. Even a lot of them who you might hear, they come out and they talk about him in a certain way, neighbor. I think they love him, neighbor. And I think, neighbor, it's because of the public attention of the prime minister name can garner, neighbor. If you want to go viral, you can call the prime minister name and you go viral. So it's like the prime minister is a form of hot topic, neighbor. It's someone who, if you call him, he will gain attention. If you call him name, he will gain attention and stuff like that. So I think that's one of the main reasons why a lot of persons are
calling up his name. but it is true, Scratchy. Everything that go bad is Andrew Holness.
Everything that goes bad is Andrew, neighbor. I mean, yes, neighbor, there's bad in it, and I look on it on a different level and a good way, neighbor, to know that we have a leader, neighbor, that transcends across every single sector, neighbor. We have a leader that no matter what happens in this country, neighbor, because of his ability to can fix things, his ability to lead, persons rush to his name in any little situation. If police kill two, if police, God forbid, but police should have alive two persons right now, the prime minister name called. If a bridge broke off somewhere, neighbor, the prime minister name called. And I think, neighbor, the reason why the prime minister name called, it's not that Jamaicans don't like him, but it's because of how the prime minister position himself, neighbor, as a Mr. Fix-It, neighbor, as Mr. Someone who can get the job done, neighbor. And I think that is the reason why a lot of these Jamaicans call upon the prime minister name so much, because of the ability and the skill that they know he possesses in getting things done.
Coming to you, Harry, hold on a little bit. Your Highness, you're joining us. Good afternoon. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Just joining you from Toronto, Canada here.
You are in Toronto. Hi.
How are you? So I have been listening to you all along, but I just kind of send that signal that I want to make some comment based on the conversation that you've been having in relation to the happenings that occur in Jamaica from the passing of that catastrophic Hurricane Melissa Category 5 on the southwestern belt of our beloved island. What I want to say is that right now, Jamaica and the Jamaican people in the other parts of the country that were not affected have to muscle up and put out 150% right now to balance that 40% of the country that have been severely affected. You mentioned something earlier on about cruise ship coming into Jamaica next week. That's a good thing for Jamaica. It tells us that Jamaica is strong. It tells us that Jamaica is resilient. It tells us that Jamaica is on a mission, and we're on a mission to win it.
I see.
What am I saying here?
Very well.
Once all Jamaicans come together and work in accordance to what is beneficial for the country, Jamaica will rise again. I am from the southern part of the country. I'm from St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth was severely affected, damaged. Black River was decimated. It was totally, it's like an atomic bomb that dropped there. But guess what? St. Elizabeth the food basket parish of Jamaica will rise again. Guess what? St. Elizabeth is one of the richest parish on that island. St. Elizabeth
has been saying that.
St. Elizabeth produces everything that Jamaica needs. We have the soil, we have the food, we have the vegetable, we have the livestock, we have everything for human survival. Give St. Elizabeth a little time and you see how St. Elizabeth bounce like a ball, and how Jamaica will flourish in time to come. I just want to shout out to the Prime Minister and to the government officials of Jamaica who have harnessed the help from all around the world, neighbor. We have people from El Salvador. We have people from Belgium. We have people from Germany. We have people from France. We have people from Britain. Listen, Jamaica is beloved. Jamaica is well loved, and we will rise again and come back better than before. Everything Melissa brought down, neighbor, we're gonna build back. Everything she take away, we're gonna bring back. Watch and see. In the next 2, 3, 5 years, the Jamaica that you see now will be transformed. Will be a Jamaica that have jobs going for our young people. Our children are back in school learning. They are being valued for their educational prospect, and so on and so forth. I am looking for that day when Jamaica will rise again.
You are from St. Elizabeth, sir?
Yes, sir.
Wow. My goodness, what an inspirational speech you have just given, sir. We needed this, man. We needed this. You are saying to us that St. Elizabeth is going to bounce back.
Right back and come back better than it was.
Wow. My goodness, that is
Because
fantastic.
I know my people. I know my Elizabetharians that we are hard workers and we will come back. We will build back and we will strive and we will feed Jamaica once more. Once more.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Lovely, sir. Lovely. So you also said that St. Elizabeth is not a poor parish.
It's not a poor parish. It's a very wealthy parish.
Wow.
And I know there are a lot of wealth in St. Elizabeth. And hence, I am standing strong on your platform this evening to say St. Elizabeth, out of all the parishes in Jamaica, will bounce back better than it was.
You have more than 3,000 people listening to you right now, sir. Go ahead and tell them.
As I said, St. Elizabeth feed the entire island of Jamaica. We plant the watermelon, we plant the cucumber, we plant the tomato, we have the backside company, we have the beautiful South Coast untouchable ecosystem in the in the Western Hemisphere. Listen, it's all in St. Elizabeth. I'm talking about the Treasure Beach. I'm talking about the Pedro Plains. I'm talking about the Black River Safari. I'm talking about the Holland Bamboo that was destroyed. I'm talking about the Wyeth Falls. All these are places in St. Elizabeth. I'm talking about Lover's Leap. I'm talking about Little Ochi in Alligator Pond. Listen, I'm talking about the places that will come back and allow St. Elizabeth to stand strong and stronger than it was.
Yes. Boy, I tell you, sir, you are dead right. Scratchy has been saying that in Scratchy.
Yeah, but I've been telling the neighbor that St. Elizabeth neighbor, these people are not pauper neighbor. These people are not pauper. Definitely, they're far from pauper neighbor. These people have the ability and the skill and the financial means and resources neighbor to can bounce back from this category 5 hurricane at them. It just need to be done in an organized way neighbor. And trust me, they can. They can neighbor, they can.
What are you doing? It's Riley. Your Highness.
Yes, sir.
Listen to me, sir. Let me tell you something. You have brought such flavor, such joy to our hearts here in Jamaica because we're a little broken in us, sir. I tell you the truth. We are weeping here and I like that you have
But
said.
neighbor, listen, me neighbor. Weeping may endure for a night, but let me tell you, Saint Elizabeth joy comes in the morning.
Yes.
I tell you of a truth, as I am here in Toronto, Canada, born Elizabetharian from Junction St. Elizabeth on the southern coast of the island. I'm letting you know, and I'm letting all your viewers know that St. Elizabeth, that was destroyed, that was devastated by the catastrophic Category 5, the highest named hurricane in modern history. We will rise again. We will stand again as the food basket parish of our beautiful island, and St. Elizabeth will flourish from lowland to Flagaman, from Flagaman to Top Hill, from Top Hill to Southfield, from Southfield to Eldersley, from Eldersley to Black River, from Black River to Brampton, from Brampton to the border. St. Elizabeth will rise again.
Wow, that's fantastic to hear you say it like that.
I feel like one neighbor. Feel like one neighbor.
Let's take one This is fantastic stuff on Politics Plus. I tell you, wonder. You have to run, sir. You have to run. Hello.
No. I thought you were telling them you're signing off.
Well, I'm out of time, but I have you, and I have Scratchy, and I have Carrie, and I have Caroline. I just need to get $90 to pay for tonight's program. Which, if I don't get it, then I'm gonna have to call on my friend Caroline to pay, and I've been calling on her too often, so it's a big problem. Anyway, sir, you have lifted our spirits, and I appreciate that. Let me ask you though, sir, as you have watched the government at work, do you have a comment on how they have gone about the recovery? Here on the island, there are a lot of misinformation and a lot of criticism of the government from the other side. What is your view on that?
All right, let me be frank with you, and I'm going to speak not only as a PNP or not only as a JLP. I'm going to speak as one Jamaican. No one knew or no one might have thought that Jamaica would have been so severely devastated.
Yes.
By that Category 5 hurricane. But we're now at a crossroad in our lives as Jamaican, where we have seen the devastation, and I myself, who is living here in North America, have watched it on many different platforms, and I would have seen how severely damaged the southwestern part of our island have been. Your question tonight is, how have the government been active in the relief effort for those who have been marooned or for those who have been severely devastated? I want to stand strong tonight to say that the government of Jamaica, leading by the one and only Andrew Michael Holness, have been doing an awesome and credible job. I am saying that if we did not have a prime minister that have made friendship and have allowed Jamaica and Jamaicans to be respected by these other foreign countries, the aids that Jamaica have received would not have been on the island of Jamaica. I have seen countries across this globe. I have seen countries across this globe that have been affected by cyclones and typhoons, and they have not received the help that Jamaica have received over the past 12 days. Neighbor, Michael Andrew Holness is doing an incredible job, and it's for all the MPs and their constituency to stand strong with our Prime Minister and allow our Prime Minister to just delegate the work where the work needs to go. And the MPs do the job by having their councillors and having their groundsmen running to and fro across the countryside, across the plains of St. Elizabeth, into the mountainous terrain of Chilani, and get the work done with effectiveness and efficiency. Thank you very much.
You're quite correct. I'm sorry, sir, but you said typhoon and what?
The typhoons and you know, listen, just over the weekend here, there was a typhoon, category 5 in the Philippines. The Philippines have been destroyed.
Yes, absolutely.
Yesterday.
Yes.
So the typhoons and the cyclones and all the foods, Jamaica still strong and still stands strong with a hurricane. We're getting the support. We're getting the support.
My God, you made my days.
Oh gosh, I can't believe me. Hi. Boy, I tell you something. This is all very exciting. Oh gosh, I can't believe me. Hi. Boy, I tell you something.
Jamaica will rise again. We're strong and free, neighbor, strong and free.
Big up
We are
yourself.
strong and free.
Yes,
We
sir.
are strong and free.
Yes.
Doesn't matter what storm cloud may rock. We
Yes.
are strong and free.
And free.
The
Yes, sir.
national pledge states before God and all mankind.
Yes.
I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart.
Yes.
The wisdom and courage of my mind. The strength and vigor of my body. In the service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice.
Yes.
Right? So in everything we do as Jamaicans, we have to be vigorous.
Yes.
And we have to be strong. And we have to be stand up. As the writer would have stated, so that the whole human race can see that Jamaica will bounce back again.
Right.
And even if Right now, neighbor,
Yes.
the Hurricane Center in Miami, they are going to do a feasibility study right now
on Melissa.
On Melissa, because right now they're saying based on the speed that Melissa hit Jamaica with, they are thinking of raising to a category 6 volume, where the speed will now be topped at over 250 kilometers per hour, because they're saying because of climate change,
yes,
and the warming of the waters in the Caribbean Basin and the Atlantic Ocean, they have to now think of extending the range from where it is currently at. Remember Melissa, when Melissa spun off the southern belt of the Caribbean Sea and went in that southwestern direction of Jamaica and landed somewhere between Black River, the border, and Westmoreland, it hit Jamaica at a speed of over 185 miles an hour.
Wow.
Have you ever been on the PJ Patterson leg of Highway 2000?
Yes, I have been.
And a car going at 120?
Very fast, sir.
All right, so just imagine
when I go over there, sir, I don't drive nothing less than 180, you know.
You're not driving. That's not driving. That's racing.
That's racing. Yes, sir. Yeah.
So what am I saying to you is that Jamaica we grew up knowing that Jamaica is in the direct path of the hurricane belt in the Caribbean region.
Yes.
We grew up knowing that the way Jamaica is positioned, if a hurricane should come on the eastern front of the island, we have the Blue Mountain to take it off us. So it cannot overpower the island. But if it comes on the southern belt, like what Beryl did last year and what Melissa did this year, then Jamaica is prone to be devastated. And that's why we need to build St. Elizabeth stronger and better. And the government need to come up with some mechanism where they're going to think about the structure of the homes being built on the southern belt of the island, the materials that we're going to use to build those homes, so that we can strengthen the homes on the southern belt, so that those people, my Elizabetharians and my Westmorelanders will not be affected in future times to come, when His Royal Highness or His Highness is dead and gone and my children are here to live out that catastrophe. They will know that Jamaica was built better and stronger.
One question to you, sir. The one of the misinformation on the island is that Holness was the one who caused the storm. Did you hear that?
Total foolishness. So we're not going to debate that.
Well, fine, fantastic. Well, sir, I want to thank you for joining us tonight, and we're on tomorrow at 9 a.m. and we are on at 7 in the evening. So it's 9 to 10, Monday to Friday, 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, and 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the evenings.
All right. So God's willing, I will try to be on in the afternoon because I work in the morning. I'm an educator here in the Toronto region, so I will be in my classroom at 9.
Well, man, thank you, sir. Great call. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. Have yourself a good night, and a good night to all the panelists who joined in tonight. God bless you.
Great. What up?
Same to you, Your Royal Highness.
My
What a fantastic caller that was, Scratchy.
Yes, neighbor, definitely, man. I needed that
Yeah.
kind of inspiration, kind of vibrancy in the night.
And you have been saying it too that our people in St. Elizabeth they're gonna build back Scratchy. No doubt about that. The St. Elizabeth what them call them? St. Elizabeth runs. Wow. Fantastic.
I believe so too, neighbor. They will bounce back, neighbor.
Yes.
I believe so.
Just
it take a little time, neighbor.
Absolutely.
They will bounce back.
Absolutely. Harry?
Here with the neighbor.
Harry, your final thoughts as we listen to that brother. We have a little road to go, but we are strong people. We bounce back, eh?
Oh, definitely. And I think, again, because I'm looking at the positives and the opportunities that are being presented, specifically being that St. Elizabeth is, I'm not singling out parishes that have been impacted, but I just narrowing down for St. Elizabeth as it's a breadbasket. It's an opportunity now for us, whatever we used to do and however we used to produce. I think now is the opportunity where we can do it bigger and better. We are getting technically a clean slate, no pun intended in terms of what the land looks like now. But I think it's now a level of renovation that's going to happen, a level of improvement as well. And it's one of the major things where we can take advantage of all the expertise that are going to be in and around different ways and new ways of, for example, doing our farming, right? Especially taking advantage of I see what Minister Green would have done with the processing and storage. We are seeing how great and innovative we can be as a nation. We have great minds. So it's all about coming together now, and while St. Elizabeth and the West builds back, for the rest of us to be even more productive than before, to help our brothers, to help ourselves as well.
Okay, Henriquez. Wow. Del.
Sorry, I was just tapping.
Tap off. Yeah, thank you. Venice, Cooper. Bernice, hi. Tap up. User 25. Jack Powell. Kim First Lady. Jack Powell, user 25, Kim First Lady. Bernice. Well, I think that's those are toppers, Starline. All right, so let's do that then. Kim First Lady? No. Bernice Cooper? No. Jack Powell? No. They fell asleep. So Caroline, a great week on the program. Jack, how you doing? Powerman is here. Let's take it. Jack, how you? KK is asking how to donate from Canada. Can you guide her for me, Caroline?
I did send her the message. I'm going to put it in the conversation now.
All right, look for that, KK. Foster.com, how you doing?
It is via e-transfer.
KK, are you getting that? Hello, Kimmy, how you doing? KK, have you gotten that? Pastor.com. Oh, brother. Hi. Great to have you, Kim. Well, it's a Sunday night, and try to see if we can make enough so that we can use tomorrow. We need to collect tonight to do tomorrow, all right? Or we may not be able to come here 9 o'clock. Well, my research assistant is prepared to wait, but I can't lock down the program. Kim, First Lady, you taken down?
Yeah.
No, you're breaking up a bit. Hold on. Kimmy, good afternoon. Good evening, Kimmy. Hi.
Yes, neighbor.
Hi, how are you?
Hold on, Power Man. Hey, Kimmy, what's happening?
I'm here. How are you? How was you on the storm? I see, Mr. Neighbor, I see that you all nearly cussed the other day, and you need to behave yourself, sir.
I'm cursing?
I saw that, it was like right at the tip of your tongue to tell some of them to let go the Prime Minister's shirt in a different language. I saw it, sir. But I was just sitting there in the comments, looking and reading and typing, and it is so sad that we have such a thing happening to the West, and so many persons are so concerned about what the Prime Minister is doing. My question is, what have you done? What did you buy a bottle of water? Have you opened your live? Have you opened your channel? Have you used anything, your mouth in your workplace, to donate to a person that says, hey, we're going to Santa Cruz, we're going here, we're going there, but you're busy, ready to tear down my nice, clean, look good, smell good Prime Minister, and you're not doing anything to help the situation? Most of you all take everything that the Prime Minister say wrong, somehow, no? And then turn and twist it. Like, ladies and gentlemen, come on, we're grown people. Do you expect the government, do you expect the Prime Minister to lift up cases of water?
Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Who are you referring to?
I mean, I'm referring to all the educated dunce, PNPs, who came that the Prime Minister would have gotten this and him a loan generate. Loan doesn't mean that they are paying for it in that sense. The word loan was taken out of context, people. Loan means that they're going to get it until their light is back, and then he'll take it back. They're not paying for it. They're not doing anything like that. Why would you just get up and give away generators like that? Come on now.
But Kimmy, don't you think it's better to educate them as opposed to curse them?
Sometimes some of them deserve some cussing, Caroline. Some of them just dunce. Some of them stupid. Some of them literally sit down and wait for the Prime Minister to say something to run with it. Like a man, he made one video stating that they need ID and TRN to collect food, and now it is a thing on TikTok. And that one man that made that one video claims that he's making thousands of dollars online every single day. So why you beg food?
Well, Kimmy, we know better, so we will do better, huh? So let us just
guys, I just want to say, if you're in the country area, we do understand here in Kingston. I have gone to Montego Bay for the first time last couple weekends back. I was supposed to go to Santa Cruz. I didn't get to go this weekend, so I'm going to go in the week. But let me tell you something. Until you go down to the country, to the west, and see what's happening down there for yourself, then you'll have a better understanding of how hard it is for the Prime Minister to rebuild back that section of Jamaica. Until somebody look at you and say to you, I am hungry, then you will understand. until somebody look at you and take up a bottle of water out of the dirty water that you threw to give them and drink it, then you'll understand. You all don't understand what's going on down there, so you can talk. Some of you just
I don't think that well, I can speak for our listeners here. You know, we do understand, and we, you know, our hearts goes out to them, you know. So I'm not sure if, you know, they will understand what you're saying, because you know, this is not how they feel over here.
I hope not.
But Kimmy,
But
are you telling me that you went to Montego Bay for the first time in your life last week?
no. For the after the storm, no.
Oh.
After the storm, we raised some funds on my platform and we took it down to Montego Bay to, you know, give back. Instead of sitting on live and doing foolishness, I tried to raise some funds, which I did, and I did it again. This weekend was we're supposed to go, but we didn't get the chance, so we're doing it in the week. I'm just so tired.
But
You
Kimmy,
know,
with
I'm just
all
so
this,
tired.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, but I'm sure they will appreciate it, huh?
I hope. I hope. I
Right.
hope. Well, they do. You do have persons like that. I'm so happy. Like I said, I'm happy that Andrew's running the country with Melissa, um, as opposed to Swampy G. So yeah, everyone just continue to do what you can do to help. Continue to support the neighbor. Neighbor is trying to raise his funds. I listen to him. I may not type, I may not come in the box, but I do listen. And I am happy to know that persons are still genuine, persons are still helping, and persons are still doing as much as they can to fix and, you know.
Right. But Kimmy, with all the misinformation and the conspiracy theories going on out there, don't you think it's time to open up back your live and
I did that the other day, no? I did. You know what I did? I was saying, let me understand this in terms of all the information that y'all are giving. So you expect to see the prime minister of the country, who is not even supposed to hold his own umbrella, lifting up water. He's not supposed to work with money. I also told them donation doesn't mean that he got $2 million. Donation means that they could have bought $2 million worth of goods and take it down to the place and donate it to Jamaica. Donation means, and sometimes you have to remember that even if you send a check for 2 million, that check has to be cleared. That check have to go through a lot of route. The only reason why I believe they're doing this, Caroline, is because they're not in power, right? And I personally think, and this is my personal belief, that if Swampy G had won and he's the prime minister of the country, the aid that we're getting now, we wouldn't have get it. We wouldn't have gotten it. And that's just my personal belief.
I totally
Because
agree, Kimmy.
huh?
I totally agree.
He wouldn't got it. We would not. Nobody would want to support Swampy G because Swampy G don't make sense. Today I saw a video on TikTok, Carla, where somebody says, use the sound that he said, we will build on swamplands. And they're showing a section of Anova that was flooded. And I was saying, look at that. This water don't even look like it is going down. What if they had won? Now you want to put persons on swamp living in a country like this? Are you crazy? So if Mark Golding, aka Swampy G, would have won the election, Swampy G would have shown us exactly what would have happened. I said it the last time in the election, I'll say it again. If Mark Golding had won, all our little money that we would have saved would have gone. Now they're asking for $50 million to do what? Mark Golding don't need $50 million. The question is, Mark Golding should go back to the Bahamas, take back the 23 million that he gave through proven investment and bring it come to Jamaica, since he's so concerned about what the Prime Minister is doing. Since you're so concerned, and I said it the other day, Caroline, because I opened my live, I was doing politics. I said, you PNP have no sense. Don't you see Bruce Golding and PJ Patterson teaming up to help Jamaica? What does that say to you? Those two don't like each other, none at all. What does that say to your
supporting the
party?
Prime Minister.
And PJ is applauding the Prime Minister for the good work that he's doing since Melissa. So what's going on? Why can't you small persons that are sitting there behind your phone? Because someone are just phone talk. Not bad from nowhere. Someone who can.
On that note, we can just be thankful that he won, and we have a great Prime Minister, and we will just all support it, huh?
Do you realize with Israel, Caroline, when everybody walk out, he didn't walk out.
Right.
Look at the aid that came to us from them. Look at how many help is down here from them. It's called politics for a reason. You don't just run up and take out and walk out on people like that. Mark Golding would have done that, so we would not have gotten that help. Mark Golding would have done a lot of things already since the election, so they would not have helped him.
Right.
I know that for sure.
Right.
Even the insurance, I believe he would have spent the money there too. I believe that right after Melissa, he would have come out and said, if he had won, that they would need to borrow money from the IMF to fix Jamaica.
Right.
That's what I believe.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, they have really not demonstrated any clear sense of leadership, even as opposition. So, with that, then we have to wonder what it would be like if they were really in charge of our country.
But remember, you see, what's his name? Mahfoud man. 30 days into Parliament, he's calling for public sector jobs to be cut. 30 days, I was counting it down. Into Parliament, I was counting to see what they would do 30 days in. And he was calling for public sector jobs to be cut because the public sector wage bill is high. We understand productivity is low in the public sector, but why would you want to cut people's job? The part of that article that upset me was persons who get cut from the public sector can easily find job in the private sector.
Right.
That was stupid. The other thing, two things happened now since Melissa. Zelika Jess, whatever Jess she want name, that lady, she said that the Prime Minister said that she cannot hire independent contractors to come out. But right after the Melissa, the Prime Minister said, all hands on deck. So what can I lie that on TV?
Oh dear.
But dear. Then you have another woman, Miss Queen of the South, Madam BBL. You have the audacity to open your mouth and say that you bought 2 bags of food into your constituency, and when you saw that those 2 bags of food could not serve the people, you started to break down. Lady, your salary is $1 million. You can easily donate 500,000. So you're telling me that you allowed an unemployed person in Jamaica to bring 50 bags of food into a community, Lady BBL, and you could only buy 2 bags? That don't make no sense. Me dear. So everybody sit down and them attack, and they're not looking to see what's going on. Queen of the South, your tears never make no sense. Put it back in. Now you see, it goes to show you that the PNP are uneducated because them are called for junk for come down a country. So anybody want I have some junk, let me know there, please and thanks. Me have a couple friends that could have ex-friends that could have put on the list. Nobody in that party is making sense.
Well, Kimmy, this is every reason why you need to open up back your platform, because, I personally believe that all these misinformation and conspiracy theories that are being spread are aimed to, maybe distract people from focusing on the highlights of the good work the Prime Minister and the government is doing. So I think it's important that we
I
start.
believe so too.
We're
That's
looking
why
forward to seeing you doing that, huh?
I didn't do a live today, but when I saw Queen of the South, Madam BBL she about on TV, I had to open my live and I had to literally start asking questions. Now, you see, the thing is, we all sat here, Carolyn, and we watched the election. We sat here and we saw the things and the lies and everything that they did to the prime minister, and he still won the election. Now comes Queen of the South, and we come with Swampy G and Satan Scramble and the whole of them. But where are they? Where is Isaac Buchanan? I have not seen Isaac Buchanan in East Portland since the storm. But I have seen the lady that they voted out giving out care packages. I've seen the lady that they voted out walking in the rain. I see the lady that they voted out because what? She don't have good speech or she can't give a good presentation. I see her. So I'm asking a question. Where is Mr. Man? Where is Mr. Sir or Miss Ma'am, whatever I want to call himself? Where is he? The thing is, we're asking the questions and we can't get answers. Mark Golding, you yourself, Mark Golding, now makes sense. You know what? You know what he wanted to do? Him want the $50 million to fix the step in I'm constituents. Mark Golding, when I use Hurricane Melissa money fix no step, go fix it for yourself where they get the money in your constituents, we spend it and you never spend it. People who are not affected by the Mrs. Holness constituents, part of her constituent, people are marooned. They can't come over because the road is totally gone. She's trying to build makeshift bridge so the vehicles that are at the bottom can drop the people into the top and they walk across the bridge and go over. Why not focus on that? But you all sit on here and you talk, Mark Golding. I don't see I do nothing. You said that we're focusing on the labor rights side while you are focused on Westmoreland. So what is it? What are you trying to say? The lady asked for some drunk from Mark Golding. Give us some out of your parliament. Make we use them. Where's Crawford, Caroline? I don't see him.
Who's that, Kimmy? Who's that person you're asking me about?
The Rasta one. The Bobo J, the madman. We go after you go white car glass. Him.
The one that said one by one they go into jail.
The one that says one and it is so coming out that one by one they're going to jail. Right? One by one they're going to jail. Where is he? Where is Dr. Dawes? The one that having people then block road pan the prime minister with him upside down bareback self. Where is he?
Kimmy, I cannot manage you.
He wish for him the bald man will look like say you throw all Vaseline pan top of your head. Mosquito kill the people them a Portmore, them want some spray. Where are you? Remember, so we can't afford for mosquito to take up Jamaica right now because remember good after Jamaica now have nowhere to live. So mosquito start bite, we not depend that. So sir, you upside down bareback a bald man, where you there? Present yourself like living sacrifice. I'm tired of them, Caroline. But I have a class some of them the other day. I'm sick and tired of them. Everything the Prime Minister says is a problem. Yet still they are not giving any solution to the problem. You see the lady that asked about the Janko, Caroline? Let me educate you. A couple of years back, she had a program on TV called 14 Degrees North. She did an entire segment, an entire show on the Prime Minister's house, tried to dig up the Prime Minister's life, and then when the Prime Minister rallied back now and said, all right, since you think you're bad, wall a lawsuit. And he sued her. And imagine the man sue you. You come back and ask stupid question on national TV. But what the junker them there? What we can do for import junker? Miss you have sense? He sued her. I mean, he sued her for a good amount of money too. Because she went literally in the man lifestyle. She dig and go on. And she take up a lawsuit and her done said. You Miss Neil Jackson
won the case?
Yeah, because she invaded on his privacy. And then she said some things. I mean, I'm gonna try. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try to see if I can find that program again. And he did, what else he did? He said, you can't do that and expect to get away with it.
Oh.
And so he sued her. 18 Degrees North. Yeah, man, I saw the show the name on TVJ. Yeah, you went up on TVJ. That's why I can't tell you. Remember that show. Remember that episode clearly. Because when he did that, when she did that, he came out and she came out issuing a public apology to him at the time. He was just in parliament. It wasn't nothing. And she come out issuing a public apology about him. And him say, no want that, keep that. Me go sue you. So you get sue and turn mad woman in a clean clothes, my dear.
Oh my God.
So that's her history. Zara Burton. And her program was hot on TV too. And she did not do anything on any PNP person. It was just Andrew Holness. I mean, the lady dig up from the man born till now. I swear to you.
Oh wow.
So I remember, that's how I remembered her. That's how I remember 14 Degrees North. I remember I 18, one out of the two. And Sarah Burton, when she started, and she did it with Dean Jackson Miller, but it was not so intense with Dean Jackson Miller. The questions and the digging wasn't so intense. That's why Dean Jackson Miller, you see your favorite one, something Kosh up Kalaloo, you look on your face, you see the word wicked. Lady, go fix your hair and come up from a prime minister and leg him shirt, because you're not getting a seat. You're not have a senator body. You're not have senator face. You don't have senator vice. You're not senatable. Dave.
Oh dear.
You're not senatable. Low my prime minister.
Loud and clear, Kimmy. Loud and clear.
No, for true, I'm tired, man. I see some things since this hurricane on TV and on social media. And I feel wonder. I want my education tax on my pay. I swear to God. No, I want it back. I beg Andrew one favor, you know, because remember good no Andrew can make stamp. So you see, because him can make stamp, Andrew, I like to see snow for the Christmas, because I never yet see snow. You see me? So I beg a little snow. I put up a little Christmas tree and go out and go play and make snowball. Crazy. But anyways, guys, it was good to see you. I have care packages going to Santa Cruz in the week. Big up on a nice clean self. My love in a long time. We I laugh for Kevin. I not laugh, man. I true, me ignorant. I'm tired.
It was great having you, Kimmy.
Come on. If them forgot the Prime Minister and stop talk fool. Nish, Mr. Neighbor, I have a question. Can I claim back for my education tax? How do I do that? What's the process?
All right. One little correction. 18 Degrees North and the Prime Minister had a resolution to their case. So I think it was settled out of court.
Yeah, so I'm did swear, no matter I'm still sore. I saw make it settled, it settled, sir, remember?
Yeah, there was a resolution. There was a resolution to that on the lawsuit. So I'm not sure that they had to pay him any money.
Oh, my dear. So, but I have a question. How do I get back my education tax? And you can, I know persons listen to you. Ask the Prime Minister to make some adult school beside of the 10 school them and put some of the adults in Jamaica there. Please and thanks. You know? So if we
Right,
can
so,
send them
yeah,
back to school.
Okay, so your ed tax is what is called statutory deduction.
Yeah.
NIS and NHT. So the NIS goes to your pension. The NHT, you can claim that back. But the ed tax goes to the consul. The education tax goes to the consolidated fund. So you can't get that back.
My dear. So me just get up and pay education tax. So not so much done there, Jamaica, sir. But no,
By the way, you know that when they introduced that tax, that education tax, it was not supposed to go to what is called the consolidated fund. It was supposed to go towards education.
Oh.
But you are making a good point that the level of education on display here in Jamaica is very concerning, I tell you.
Very, very concerning. It's so concerning, Mr. Neighbor, that I had to ask a question to my platform the other day. I said to them, when and how did you all get up out of a bed and decide that today is the day I'm going to make a video sounding stupid? So you just wake up and decide, say, I go sound stupid. You just wake up and make a thing about the Prime Minister just for clout. This lady have a video said Jamaica is, she said, my God, Chris, she said Jamaica is under an earthquake threat. 8.2 magnitude earthquake coming to Jamaica. My dear. Now tell me now, I'm not to take back my money, neighbor. As a Jamaican.
The greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance, Kimmy. It is the illusion of ignorance. The fact is that a lot of people in Jamaica think them bright, but they are dumb.
It's crazy, man. All I can say, like I said to everybody, I'm happy that Andrew is running the country with Melissa, because neighbor, like I said in the last time with election, if Andrew did not win this election and Melissa came underneath Swampy G administration, Jamaica would have been in a situation where I believe that we would not get the aid, the help, and all of that, because nobody don't want to shake and with Swampy G. Remember good time and
let me ask you a question, Kimmy. Because the scourge of illiteracy, you have a son, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that you are doing all you can to educate him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Illiteracy is not about the inability to read and write,
I know.
It's
about
to
understand.
It's a think. Are you a university graduate, Kimmy?
No, but I finished school enough and I finished hard, and I have enough sense to see to understand basic stuff, Mr. Neighbor. It's basic, literal basics. No, Mr. Neighbor. Exactly. And I have a platform. My platform for the first time raised $500. We took that to Mobay and hand out in care packages. I have a house full of care packages right now to go to Santa Cruz, and we use that. And I used my platform the other day to make a show the persons that these MPs or some of these MPs really don't care about them. Because when you're gonna ball on national TV that you buy 2 bags of food, and me little Kimmy, when I really nobody don't know, me have a little following, yes. But me buy 50 bags of food and carry down a country. Me say not make sense, and make no sense, and sound good, that not make no sense. Behave. That's why I tell her on my platform, and I said, Nikisha, whatever Birchall she won him, she did not win the election or win her seat because she was educated. She win her seat because she all up her pants and show what she not for show, and she buy her body. Simple mathematics. She won based on physics, nothing else.
Is that so?
Yes. The men in the constituency saw what they wanted, and that is the reason why she wore a lot of tight pants during the election time. She all up the pants up and up there so, and put on tight pants, and I think she show everybody what she not for sure. And that win the election. It's not her education win it. Me say use body a one-term MP, member good. That me tell her, I know say that gonna happen. Wow. She's a one-term MP. She not win again. Cause them got tired of the BBL. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna go to my. Where's the neighbor?
Baba, take care of yourself.
Anyways, guys, Caroline, you will still see more of that on my platform. Behave.
All right, have a good night. Take care. All the best.
Why do people don't want me to behave? Tell them some sense, no, Caroline. Behave. I don't curse, but I curse you intelligently. That's it. Bye.
Bye, Kimmy. Have a good night. Power man? Power man.
Good night.
Good evening. Good night.
Yes,
how are
I'm here.
you?
I'm here.
How was your
okay,
birthday?
Miss Caroline. It
How was your
nice
birthday?
Very good.
Okay,
It
I'm
was
happy to
very,
hear.
it was very good.
You're gonna use the word interesting to describe your birthday, Power Man?
No, Splendicious birthday. Splendicious birthday, Miss Caroline.
Okay.
It was a
Well,
splendicious birthday.
okay, awesome. All right. You have any words for our listeners tonight, Power Man?
Yes, Miss Caroline. I just want to tell neighbor that he's a connoisseurist.
Oh. Neighbor?
Tell neighbor that he's a connoisseurist.
This is serious. Goodness gracious me. What is that word, sir?
You're a connoisseurist, neighbor.
What does that mean? A kind of what?
You're a connoisseurist, neighbor, meaning that you're an expert in your field. A lot of persons have platforms. They're purporting to be connoisseurs, but they are imposters. Only you are the connoisseurist.
Oh, Caroline.
Yes, neighbor?
Don't joke with me, you know. Don't joke with me. I'm a connoisseurist.
That's right.
Wow, you're one and only connoisseurist on Politics Plus. Oh my gosh.
When you're halfway up, you're only halfway down.
This is getting serious. This is getting serious, Connor. Boy, Daphne, you're coming to Jamaica. Wow, like to meet you. Boy, Power Man, you made my night. A connoisseurist, eh?
Yes, neighbor. Yes, sir, definitely.
One neighbor, connoisseurist, eh?
Yes, sir, connoisseurist. The others are imposters, neighbor.
The others are imposters.
Yes, they're claiming to be a connoisseurist, but they are not.
By the way, listeners, we Caroline? Can we make it here tomorrow, Caroline? Can we?
Here at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
Yes. Here in the morning at 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. in the evening.
There you go. In the meantime, have a great rest of your Sunday night, 9 o'clock. The clock strikes 9. We have to go. Have a great night, everybody.
Okay, bye.
Tata Del. Tata. Good night, Karine. Ellis. All right. Good night, Ellis Loyal. Daphne. Blessings to you. CJ Fabulous. Good night to you, sir. Godstyle Toya. I'm right here. They've gone left me. Blessings, everybody. Carol Rhodes, blessings up. Danny D, how you doing? Bye-bye. Kay, thank you so much. You're here. Bye-bye. Bless your heart.
Are you thinking about you?
My caller from Canada made my night. What a fantastic man. I'm coming. Tell the taxi I'm coming. All right. My taxi is here. Hello, Jamaica. You miss me? Where are you? Hello, Jamaica. On fa? Sweet dreams to you. We're from St. Best. We are the best. Yes, Daphne. Great chance. You're in Canada. Have a fantastic night. St. Thomas. Hello, Jamaica. Send me a message, okay? Chat to you a little bit. Maybe you chat. LOL. Let's laugh out loud. My friend from St. Thomas, yeah. Send me a message on my message, and I'll chat with you. All right? Laugh out loud. All right. Don't say what you're about to say. Hey, Chance, not too bad, you know. Need to get some stop leak from a roof. Roof a leak, man. Have a great night, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye. Have to go.